guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens.
The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. Commissioner Rodney Scott told Border Report that agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. Scott says the men and women of CBP should never be treated as pawns in political games. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew is pushing for essential workers to get paid during the shutdown.
Van Drew has introduced bills to make sure the Coast Guard and FAA employees receive pay and is co-sponsoring legislation to protect pay for troops and Border Patrol. The Republican says he won't stand by and let service members and frontline workers get caught in the middle of Washington's dysfunction. Van Drew also blames Democrats for refusing to move forward on a clean Republican bill to keep the government open and protect veterans and seniors. Meanwhile, Democrats blame Republicans for the impasse, claiming the GOP refused to extend the financial help that keeps health coverage affordable for Americans. I'm Kristen Marks.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 79 points, the S&P 500 rose by 4 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 88 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Washington and 4 other states have filed a lawsuit against Zillow and Redfin.
The lawsuit claims the companies illegally colluded to dominate the online rental advertising market. The suit claims Zillow paid Redfin $100 million to get Redfin's listings of properties with 25 or more units. The lawsuit alleges the companies violated antitrust laws. I'm Brad Ford.
ICE agents are set to attend the 2026 Super Bowl.
It follows the announcement that Puerto Rican singer Bad Bunny is set to headline the halftime show. Department of Homeland Security advisor Corey Lewandowski said that there is nowhere you can provide safe haven to people in this country illegally. Last month, Bad Bunny told ID Magazine he's not performing in the U.S. during his forthcoming world tour due to, in part, concerns over ICE raids at his concerts. I'm Jim Roop.
The first number 24 jersey worn by Los Angeles Lakers legend Kobe Bryant has changed hands.
The jersey was recently sold for $889,000 at a Sotheby's auction. Bryant first wore that jersey on November 3rd, 2006 in a win over the Seattle Supersonics. The jersey's autographed and uniquely inscribed First 24 with authentication through photo matching to the Lakers' 2006 Media Day. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Walmart says they are removing synthetic food coloring from their store brands.
The nation's largest retailer announced Wednesday it's removing synthetic dyes and over 30 other ingredients from its private brand food and beverage products in the U.S. Walmart says the changes will roll out over the coming months. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
That indeed is the way we close out a Thursday. So here comes Friday, TGIF, third day of October. We'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone across the country. Get set for the weekend. All right. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Doesn't look like we'll hear that from Cap'n Ron this morning. He's got other business to tend to. All right. Have a good weekend there, Cap'n Ron. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another quiet night outside the secret bunker. Clear skies. Hanging in at 65 degrees. Well, for some parts of the country, as we roll into the weekend, it's like, one last summer blast, despite the fact that the calendar is officially in October here. AccuWeather tells us Mother Nature's going to be throwing it back to summer in the Midwest on into the weekend. Temperatures soaring well into the 80s and even 90s in some cases. In some areas, we may actually challenge all-time October records. So the early fall warm-up will challenge dozens of records across at least 10 states, stretching from Colorado to Michigan from now, Friday to Sunday. That same system will also promote dry weather, worsening drought conditions in that region and farther east. Even though the calendar says October, afternoon highs in cities like Minneapolis, you're going to feel like midsummer through the upcoming weekend. The historical average high peaks at about 84 degrees there in mid-July. But highs are going to be between 85 and 90 both Friday and Saturday. Late this week, temperatures are going to be a staggering 15 to as much as 30 degrees above average, easily challenging records that we haven't seen in decades. Minneapolis not the only city where records may fall over the next couple of days. Chicago, for instance, Duluth, Minnesota, Lansing, Michigan, Madison, Wisconsin, Omaha, Nebraska, among at least 30 locales that could set daily record highs through Sunday. A few monthly record high temperatures for the entirety of October are also in jeopardy, including Grand Rapids, Michigan, which would be 89 degrees. Green Bay, Wisconsin, the October record is 88. 92 in Minneapolis, 91 in St. Cloud, Minnesota. While the hot weather may be disheartening for those who are hoping to head to the pumpkin patch, participate in the fall activities this weekend with the crisp in the air, there is a silver lining. A lack of humidity, dew points and humidity levels nearly as high as they typically are, not nearly as high as they are in July. So due to the fact that there's no moisture in the air, the actual temperature will pretty much be the same as the real feel temperature. The practical effects of heat include increased need for watering, worsening drought conditions, higher evaporation rates, the need to stay hydrated when outdoors, and of course, a lot of folks having to run the AC a whole lot later than they typically would. There will be an increased risk of wildfires because of the recent dry conditions, along with some gusty winds that are going to push that warm air in from the south. This appears most likely early in the weekend in a portion of the plains, stretching from the Texas Panhandle on up into Nebraska. Just as quickly as this unseasonable heat builds in, it will pretty quickly disappear. A cooler, more typical early October air mass returns to much of the Midwest by Monday and Tuesday of next week. The transition to cooler weather as a storm emerges from the Rockies that will bring some rain and thunderstorms to the northern portion of the plains anyway for the second half of the weekend and into parts of the Midwest as we start the new work week next week. So one last summer-like weekend to get out there, but it's as far as heading to the pumpkin patch, doing the hay ride and the corn mazes, all that good stuff. Yeah, I think with the low humidity levels, it should be downright delightful to get out there and enjoy with the dry conditions. Meanwhile, the tropics, following the twin strikes on Bermuda, Humberto and Imelda rapidly speeding away from the U.S. across the North Atlantic. In its wake, AccuWeather hurricane experts are still watching two areas for possible development into the second week of October here, including one that's pretty close to home, the potential for tropical development as the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season is actually beginning to enter its home stretch here. With only about a quarter of the official season left, the U.S., believe it or not, we have not experienced a hurricane landfall this season. They tell us that's the first time in 10 years this hasn't happened. AccuWeather says their team will be monitoring an area in the basin's main development region between Africa and the Caribbean islands. There's another of more immediate interest near the state of Florida. Late Wednesday, of course, Imelda passed over Bermuda. Heavy rain, monster waves, and 100-mile-an-hour winds. It'll continue to produce dangerous rip currents and rough surf along the beaches along the East Coast, even into this weekend, as it continues to move out into the open Atlantic. Now, they did report some monster waves along the Jersey Shore earlier this week. I saw a lot of beach erosion, some beaches unguarded for the fall. You need to stay out of the water until those waves subside. Outside the waves, there's a large area of showers and thunderstorms that are going to be centered over Florida, lasting into at least the weekend. And that'll be the next chance of some tropical development, a low chance of tropical development in the Gulf or the Atlantic side off the southeast coast and the Bahamas. Much of Florida and parts of the southeast could be soaked by some downpours from a surge of tropical moisture over the weekend, regardless of tropical development. Southern Florida, you'll experience some of the heaviest rain over the next several days. Of course, you've been no stranger to wet weather over the last several weeks. In Miami, rainfall's been like 157% of historical average. 16.5 inches observed over the last 31 days. What is not needed are any coastal impacts and strong winds from a potential tropical storm. While it's more likely there's just going to be heavy rain to contend with, if that area of low pressure can form in the warm waters off the coast of the Bahamas and Florida or elsewhere in the southeast, we could be looking for a tropical rainstorm or tropical storm coming together. Either way, tropical downpours can lead to localized flooding, especially along Florida's east coast and in central and northern portions of the peninsula. These showers and storms can also extend maybe further north to the coastal areas of the Carolinas and west along the northern Gulf Coast. Now, that would impact some late-season vacationers and tourism in the region. Perhaps a greater risk of development is going to be our next tropical wave, expected to traverse the open waters of the central Atlantic between the west coast of Africa and the Leeward Islands in the week ahead, next week. Hard to believe we're headed down the home stretch of hurricane season, yes, and not one hurricane landfall here in the USA so far. Will we get through an entire season without a landfall? All right, Jeffrey, first out of the box, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hello, Rubber Duck, home sweet home, he says. But I got the call at like 7 o'clock in the evening. Hey, your truck's done. Hurry, come get it. They need some space here. Yeah, well, right. Good night. Does that mean you didn't go get the truck? Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Good to have you on board. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's Friday for the last time this week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. We are throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Overnight drive, hammer down. So hang on tight. Fasten those seatbelts, crank up the volume. 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just a few clicks from the hidden bunker. Looks like a great weekend ahead weather-wise. Indeed. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be part of the show. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Throw another log on the fire. Here we go. It is showtime. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew there. Larry says, good afternoon, hammer down. Looking at 54 degrees, Platkill, New York. As we kick off round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we'll reload for Saturday morning in New Haven, Connecticut. All right, Buckeye Boy in the house there. Who else we got on board? Jerry, morning, everybody. Thanks to Hotshot Secret for having the Steve Summers overnight drive on for us to enjoy. Thanks to everyone behind the wheel for everything you do. Tomorrow, we'll start racing at Charlotte in the quarter midgets. Hopefully, Leland can get her done. And don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello to Bill. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. 65 clear in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. No work on Saturday. Now, looking forward to the weekend. Yeah, we'll see how the Brewers do this weekend. All right. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe out there, drivers. Yeah, the field is set. We go from 12 postseason teams now to 8 Major League Baseball postseason teams. The Brew Crew will be facing off against those Chicago Cubs in the division series there. So, yeah, best of 5, I think we're kicking off with the next round of playoff activities. Yeah, we'll give you the full breakdown coming up here. First, we kick off a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Leonard checking in. I mentioned last year, I know we had a an issue along the U.S.-Canadian border earlier this week. Yeah, from Monday that didn't get corrected till Wednesday morning. I thought they had that fixed. Leonard said apparently they're trying to say, it's Trump's fault. We got a mess at the border. Canada crashed the system to screw with Trump. There's about 500, if not more, trucks parked in Niagara Falls, New York right now. Happy Friday. So they've still got issues going on there, huh? All right, 50 degrees, a very clear night. I love that every once in a while we hear a bunch of truck horns. Quickly's service is right across the way. All right, Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Grayson, Kentucky. 64, clear skies, a beautiful moon. By the way, the scales west of Grayson, Kentucky are closed. All right, heads up. Thanks. Have a good night. Let's see. Rubber Duck says, yeah, we're supposed to be in the 80s this weekend. I got the boat ready for the water after a Kokomo, Fort Wayne, Mishawaka day today. I think a lot of people are probably going to take advantage. Yeah, late season opportunity to get out on the water if they haven't already winterized and put the boat away for the season. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Bob in Michigan on board. Good to have you with us. Yeah, we didn't hear from this guy during our Thursday morning program. Well, you're getting days off like every other day. What's up, Horse Feathers?
The schedule got screwed up there yesterday. So, anyways, with the late load and where I had to deliver and trying to... So, for what I had to do today, I wasn't going to start right out and go deal with 2 rush hours. So I said, I'm staying home and I'll start at 5 o'clock at night and we'll worry about it then. So we're doing our second load from Thursday right now.
So you've already you've already got like 7+ hours in.
Yeah, I started at 5 o'clock. So yeah. So we're, as I say, getting ready to load our second load for Thursday, and then I get done with that, and then I got to do 1 load from Friday before I can quit. So we'll probably have another 16-hour day in by the time I'm done, and well, then it won't be enough time to go load the first load from Friday because they stop loading at 8 o'clock at night. I don't know. Go figure these oil refineries. When you figure the oil refineries out, you tell me, but I'm gonna see if I can learn more about them because did you see the new trailer for season 2? The new trailer for season 2 of Landman is out.
Really?
We're getting ready for
not seen that.
Billy Bob Thornton's going to be back on the air, and we're gonna have Landman back, and hopefully Taylor Sheridan has got hooked up with Josh Malloy, going to use more of his music. Be good to have more of the Josh Malloy music on the Landman show with Taylor Sheridan there.
Yes, indeed.
See if we can pull that off.
He's got another brand new song that just dropped at the midnight hour here. I think it's called Hard to Kill. Just dropped at midnight.
Sounds like a good song for Landman.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The way they knock people off on Landman, it ain't too hard to kill on that show. So anyway. But I don't know. What else we got going here real quick because I got to go out and throw some gas in the trailer. There's a House of Delegates representative there in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So it's a Virginia representative, not a federal representative. His first name is Nick. I don't remember what his last name is. I think I sent you one of the clips that came from him. You got to see if we can find out more about him. He's right on the line there of what we like in the Republicans and kind of a Charlie Kirk, and I think he might be an up-and-comer. So I don't know if I can figure out what his last name is here real quick. And as I say, I think I emailed you with all the other emails. I think I sent you one of the clips that he did.
Okay.
But anyways, with that, I guess we'll let you. Hey, we're supposed to do. Hey, Becky, what day?
Oh,
is
yeah.
It? What day is it?
Yeah, but she got a hump day underway.
That's right. Or casual Friday, or hey, I think today might be the greatest day. Is today the greatest day of the week, Your Honor?
I'm
casual
on that.
Friday?
That's my page. I'm on the today. Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right, Your Honor. We'll catch you after the news. And
all right.
Maybe on the rebound somewhere.
Rolling into a Friday. All right. Yeah, of course, Friday means it's time for another weekend of college football. We shall hear from the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst. Get this week's picks coming up here. See what we've got on the list. Now, there's a few decent matchups here. Not the most exciting of all weekends, but we'll see what we can break down for you here coming up just ahead. Following the news break, and of course, round the country as always, it is 844-3388. So we'll take care of the news break here. Beach Bum, I'll grab you real quick when we come out of the break. He's got a traffic alert of some type for Tampa, Florida this weekend. So hang in there. We'll get you just ahead here. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. But agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Friday. So the government shutdown continues. Day number 3 rolling in, and according to the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, it's likely going to continue right into next week. As he said, it is unlikely that the Senate will hold a vote over the weekend. Give you all the latest coming up here. First, let me promised we grab the Beach Bum, see what's going on. Hey there, Beach Bum.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Friday. Doing well.
Good. So I was going to call last night, but I figured I'd wait till tonight and give you a call. This weekend in Tampa, they are going to be shutting down I-4 and 275 in downtown Tampa from 3 a.m. Saturday morning till 3 o'clock Sunday morning, I believe. Mm-hmm. So if anybody is coming from Orlando or coming into Tampa, I would highly recommend that you check your route before coming into Tampa, because it is going to be a complete nightmare. What they're doing is they're adding a lane in Malfunction Junction there, and they're bringing in the steel beams for the new extension that they're building. Mm-hmm. So traffic from Orlando to Tampa and in and out of Tampa is going to be a complete nightmare this weekend. So if you're living in Tampa or anywhere around Tampa or Orlando, coming into Tampa, be very cautious.
Very good. Wow. Okay, so a full 24-hour shutdown.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's going to be a nightmare.
Saturday, it'll be a mess.
So from they shut it down 3 a.m. Saturday morning till 3 a.m. Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So that's when it's going to take place. So drivers, just be heads up and check your routes. But we've had very little rain down here, Steve. It is really dry down here in the Clearwater area. We've had maybe a few little raindrops here and there, but nothing out of the extraordinary that no major storms or nothing down here. But we really need some rain.
Interesting. So Miami's been getting plenty of it. You ain't seeing nothing.
No, we had Clearwater, Tampa. We get the little showers here and there, but nothing like we normally should have. I mean, I've had to go out and water my palm trees and pineapple plants, and I mean it's dry. I mean, I haven't had to mow the grass in 2 weeks.
Right? Nor have I.
Because it's so dry.
Only thing I'm having to do is mulch the leaves.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I don't miss that at all, to be honest with you. I really don't.
The grass ain't growing. But, hey, well, I appreciate the heads up there. All right, so everybody use caution. Be careful out there. It's going to be a traffic nightmare around the Tampa area. All right, college football coming on this weekend. I don't know if there's any games going to be played in and around that area, but that'll wreak havoc on people trying to get to and from. But hello to the Grump and Mr. Prognosticator of Prognosticators, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. You called it wrong. There's some good games on this weekend. We're getting it down to the contenders and the pretenders. Who's going to contend and who's pretending that they're going to contend. And after this week, it's really going to get down to who's going to show up and play and want to get in the eyes of the selection committee.
For postseason action.
Correct. What say you, Brown?
I think you're right, buddy. It's this is there's some of these games right here that are do or die. They're gonna if they want to be contenders, they're gonna have to win some games, and then that's just all there is to it. I did look at this though, Ed. I had Boise State and Notre Dame down there as their number 10th game. Do you want to move Kansas and UFC up in that area? Because that's a conference game right there, and they're both neck and neck. Then get rid of the Boise State and Notre Dame. You don't mind? Who'd
you say?
Kansas and UFC.
Yeah, that'll work for me.
All right, yeah, because they're Kansas is 3-2 and UFC's 3-1, and they're playing a conference game on the for the Big 12 there, so it matters. That game matters a little more. But yeah, we got some good games, some good picks here. Steve, of course, we got your Cincinnati. We got the Iowa State and Cincinnati up as number 1 game on there. They're going to play at 11 o'clock. Iowa State's number 1 in the Big 12, and Cincinnati's sitting right now at number 6. And 5-0 for Iowa State, 3-1 for Cincinnati. I did take Iowa State on this, and all indications is that Cincinnati can win this without any major problem. They got the team to do it. They got a hell of a kicker. He's hit everything that he's put up this year on field goals and extra points, and just they got a good damn team there. But I'm looking at Iowa State. I think that they want to stay in that top position, so they're going to come out swinging. So I'm going to go with them. What say you there, Ed?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I wanted to swing with Cincinnati, and I thought, well, Steve acts like he's in love with Cincinnati, so I'm definitely going to go with him.
Well, I mean, they will have. They're going to have the. I mean, they're going to have the crowd there. It's going to. I guarantee it'll be a sellout stadium there, and
right. It's going to be a close game. I think they're predicting that Cincinnati might beat them both. A point
and a half.
About a point.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had yeah, go ahead.
No, I just don't think that Cincinnati's got the defense to pull it off. I really don't.
Okay.
Go ahead, Grumman.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that too. I think the receivers for Iowa State's just been right on target and they got a hell of a good quarterback. So it's that was what I was looking at, and how they're going to defend the pass, how Cincinnati's going to defend the pass. And I think it's going to be a close game. It's not going to be one of them great big high scoring games, I don't think. And it may come down to another field goal or two, but I'm looking at Iowa State for that very reason.
And if Cincinnati was to pull off an upset, that's going to really shake the Big 12 up, because that next big team, you got Texas Tech.
Right.
So that will shake up the Big 12 for sure. So there's a lot of ramifications right here. That's what we were saying. Pretenders and contenders.
You got Cincinnati sitting at number 6, Texas Tech's number 5. So it's that's the way it is there. But we're looking at the SEC on the next game here. We got Kentucky and Georgia. Of course, Georgia's favored 92% to win this game. 2-2 for Kentucky, 3-1 for Georgia, number 9 and number 16, respectively. But you know, I picked this game here, and I kind of talked to Ed a little bit about it because these games matter for a reason because they're conference games, number one. And if Georgia was to get beat by Kentucky, you know, it's like he said, it's gonna shake things up. You know, there's a lot of conference games that's being played this week, and that's what we kind of really looked at. But I'm going with Georgia on this, of course. But you know, if Kentucky pulled it out,
they're coming off. Off that loss, the upset to Alabama last weekend. So they're going to be trying to make up some ground, right?
Right. Yeah. They're not going to. Yeah, that was kind of an embarrassing loss for them, I think. But you know.
And I'm thinking that game between the hedges there at Georgia, pretty sure it is. So yeah, I'm going with Georgia.
Then we got Big Ten game. We got Wisconsin who's sitting at number 14 against Michigan, number 5 in the Big Ten. I went with Michigan on that, but there again, that can be anybody's game. Wisconsin's played some good ball, and they just can't. They're like Alabama. You just don't know who in the hell's going to be there that day and how they're going to play. So I went with Michigan on this, but you know, like I said, Wisconsin is going to give them a fight. I look for some good scores on that one. I think it's going to be a little higher scoring game.
And I'm right there with you on that one. I'm going with Michigan.
Alrighty. Then we got. Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I just the main reason I went with Michigan is because I just think they've got the offensive power to knock Wisconsin off. Right. I don't think they'll curb stomp them, but it'll be the offense is Michigan's favor.
Yeah, they're Wisconsin's 2-2, and you know like I said, it could be anybody's game. Michigan's sitting at 3-1, but you know, that's with these conference games. They're you know, they play. I think they play a little harder on conference games than they. You know, it just seems to me like they, you know, like Michigan's going to have to hold that position or try to move up. But you know, game 4 SEC, we're looking at Vanderbilt and Alabama. Of course, I got to take my Vanderbilt boys. I've been with them all year. They're number 3. Alabama's number 6, and this is going to be a tough game. This is just you know, of course, Vanderbilt's sitting at 5-0, and Alabama's 3-1, but. There again, you know, Alabama has, you know, they knocked Georgia down, so they have the potential to be right up there. And they've only lost one game this year, you know. So it's, you know, it can be anybody's ball here. But I'm looking at Vanderbilt. I'm pulling this one out.
Well, we're going to drift on this one because I think Alabama's got some, you know, they ain't forgot that shellacking they got last year and got embarrassed. And I don't think they're going to lay down and die and let Vandy come into their home turf and pull that. I look for Alabama to slap the dog snot out of Vanderbilt. Wow. I'm going with Alabama.
It's going to be a good game. That's going to be. They're playing at 2:30, so yeah, I'll definitely be sitting there watching that. I got an ACC game coming up here, Virginia and Louisville. Virginia's at 4-1. This is going to be a close one here. They're sitting at number 5 in the ACC. Louisville's number 2. They're 4-0, and that's going to be another close game. Both of them teams have just been killing it. I've been, you know, kind of keeping up with them somewhat, and they have played some damn good ball. So I went with Virginia. They're 4-1. They're playing at Louisville, but just watching Virginia play here, the way they've been moving that ball, it's you know, I think they can pull it off. So I'm going with them.
I'm going with Virginia too. I just don't think Louisville's got the punch to be able to beat Virginia. So Yeah, I'm right there with you on Virginia.
And then we got number 11 Michigan State. They're 3-1 against playing at Nebraska. They're number 12 Nebraska. So these are pretty close matches in Big Ten. Playing at 3:00 in Nebraska, 3-1, locked in there. I think Nebraska is going to take this one because they don't need any more butt whoopings at home. So I think they're gonna go ahead and take this one.
Okay.
And that's a good pick on your part because that's the way I'm going to, Grant.
All right, ready? Then we got another ACC. Got Miami against Florida State, and that's going to be another good game. Number 3 Miami versus number 6 Florida State. 4-0 on Miami, 3-1 Florida State. Miami's done everything right this year. I mean, they've just been pounding it. I'm going with Miami, but there again, Florida, they got the team that can beat them. I mean, they really do. So, but I'm looking at Miami on this one.
And I'm going with Miami too until Miami just lays down and lays an egg. I just don't. I think they're going to take the ACC all the way this year, and I'm not going to change my mind now. It's Miami for me.
Okay.
And then we got another SEC game. Got number 12 Mississippi State. They're 4-1 against Texas A&M, 4-0. They're Texas A&M sitting at number 5. They've done really good this year. I've watched a couple of their games there, and they got the team that can do that will surprise you. I went with Texas A&M, not because they're number 5, it's just because they're playing at Texas A&M, and they seem to bring in the crowd and the adrenaline and everything else when they play there. So that's why I went with them. So.
Well, we're going apart there, and I'm going with Mississippi State, and the reason why is because last week Mississippi State, Tennessee had to go in overtime to beat them. All right. Earlier in the year, Mississippi State beat a darn good Arizona State team. Where I looked at Texas A&M, they lost to USC, and they skated. They barely won the Auburn and Notre Dame game. So I think Mississippi State is going to put some firepower on them, and I think they'll win it by at least a touchdown. So I'm going with Mississippi State.
Okay. And let's see here. Number 9 on our games here is going to be Texas Tech versus Houston. They're Texas Tech's number 5 on the Big 12. Houston's number 4 in the Big 12. So I went with Houston on this. I just think Houston can do it. I mean, they, like I say, they're another team that's done so much right this year. Yeah, so is Texas Tech. It's just going to be this is going to be a slugfest right here, and I think they're going to put some points on the board. So this is going to be a good game right here to watch, and playing at 6:00 Central Time. So I'm going with Houston on this one.
Well, once again, it's going to be a third game I think we're separating on because I'm going to Texas Tech. They're the second best team in the Big 12. I think it's going to come down between Tech and Iowa State, providing Iowa State don't lay an egg this weekend. So yeah, I'm sticking with Texas Tech.
Okay, we did a change. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We did a change up here on this on game number 10 here. We was looking at Boise State and Notre Dame, but that's not a conference game. So we moved it down to the Big 12 game, which is Kansas and UFC, and they're a game apart here. Kansas has 3-2 record. UFC has 3-1. I'm going with UFC on this. They're playing at UFC, but K-State, Kansas has played some good ball too. I mean, it's they've had their mistakes and stuff, and so is UFC. But I don't know. That's going to be a close one. So I'm going with the home team on that one.
Okay.
And I'm right there with you. I like what we did.
UFC.
UFC, yeah.
Yep. And I think you're going to go with Syracuse and SMU on your sleeper game?
That's correct. Right.
All right.
That game's been SMU's 2-2 on the year.
Yep.
Or Syracuse 3-2, I believe. But the game's been played at there in Dallas at the SMU, and I feel this will be a field goal game, and I'm going with the SMU home field advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Texas and Florida, and we talked a little bit about this. Me and Ed did, but I don't know. I just something just tells me Florida can pull this off. I mean, Arch Manning hadn't been doing the best. They're 3-1. You know, I think they put a lot of expectation on them, but I think Florida's just sick of losing, and they're playing at Florida. So I think they're going to pull this out. It may be another field goal game, but I think they got the team that can make it. So I'm going to go with Florida on my sleeper game here.
There you go.
And that's we had several.
Go ahead, bro.
Now we had several other teams, here that we looked at. Illinois and Purdue, 4-1 and 2-2, and of course Minnesota's 3-1 and Ohio State's 4-0. But it's just one of them things where again, K-State and Baylor, they're pretty close neck and neck. But I don't know. I'd like to see a good upset, and I think Florida State. That's one reason why I picked this one here. So we'll see. But go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, and that Miami Florida State game's going to be a headbutting contest too, because there's a lot of bad blood right there. I was watching a documentary back in the '90s on Florida State and Miami and their hate for each other. So, and but Miami, gosh, man, they got old Gus Malzahn as their offensive coordinator, and well, I'll tell you that he just makes him shine. And they got the quarterback he can work with. So, and then I think we talked too on the coaching front. Who'd you say was on the hot seat, Grump?
No, right now it looks like Sweeney is. If North Carolina beats Clemson, Clemson's records, they're last right now anyway. And if they kind of just reading around that Sweeney may be looking for a job, and whether he does or not, I don't know. But it's just kind of what they've been saying around on some of the talking heads and stuff, and some of the sports stuff that I've been reading a little bit about. So I don't know, that could be a good game, but
I mean, look right now. You've had Arkansas coach got the axe, Oklahoma State coach got the axe, UCLA coach got the axe, and so there's going to be a lot of head coaching vacancies, and there's going to be some offensive coordinators moving up to head coaching positions. Why they would want the damn job is beyond me, but who am I? I'm just a prognosticator. Maybe they ought to, somebody ought to hire me and Grump, Steve, and
all right,
and let us call the damn game. Tell Mike Leach wasn't no. He was just a lawyer that got into football. So I thought maybe we can use this program as a jumping off point and getting us a couple offensive coordinator jobs and get rich and forget about who our friends are. Does that work?
Right. That'll work. Yeah, all right.
Football and truck talk.
All righty, well, guys, I appreciate y'all, and I may not know it all, but I know my football. Prognosticator, check it out.
We'll find
but
out.
Do you know time zone?
I played the fifth.
You gonna tell him what you did? You gonna tell him? Huh? Did he drop off?
No, he was trying. No, he hung up there. But yeah, he was trying to call the show at 11:20 or something, 11:15.
Yeah, he said, "Is he working tonight?" Sent me a text. Steve on tonight? I said, "Yeah," unless his uncle passed. I said, "Yeah, I think so." He said, "I've been calling, getting a business signal." I said, "It's only 15 after 11." East Coast time there, buddy.
Oh, he ain't on the air yet. Whoops.
Yeah, are you with me? Nope, not for another hour. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. All right, buddy, that's about all I got tonight. I'll be listening.
All right, great to hear from you. As always, I look forward to that Friday morning, getting our college football picks. So there you go. Locked and loaded for another weekend. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. See what we have on tap. Major League Baseball. Mentioned the Cubs will face the Brewers. Of course, we knew Los Angeles knocking out the Reds, so they'll be facing Philadelphia. Saturday night will be their first game. Detroit moves on. The Tigers to face those Cleveland Guardians. Well, I'm sorry. Detroit moves on to face Seattle. They knocked off the Guardians. So Detroit will face Seattle. And we'll be back following a news break. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Will take other positions to have their pay set aside for a moment of time.
Some congressional lawmakers are asking for their pay to be withheld during the government shutdown.
Among the lawmakers refusing pay are Republican Senator Ted Cruz, Democratic Senator Andy Kim, and Republican Representative Elise Stefanik. In a letter he posted on X, Cruz said it isn't right for lawmakers to be paid during a shutdown if service members are not. The government shut down just after midnight Wednesday after funding proposals from both parties were voted down in the Senate. I'm Mark Mayfield.
TSA is asking for patience at airports as the government shutdown continues.
A TSA spokesperson says agents are prepared to continue screening 2.5 million passengers, but also warns an extended shutdown could result in longer wait times. According to TSA, about 61,000 of the 64,000 workers are considered exempt from furloughs, while the rest will be temporarily laid off. Most TSA employees will not be paid until the end of the shutdown battle, but they will be expected to work, then receive back pay once the government is funded. I'm Jim Roop.
Trump administration officials visited Tennessee yesterday. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth traveled to Memphis to meet with federal, state, and local law enforcement, along with National Guard troops as the federal surge to combat crime begins there this week.
This is long term. We are going to work hand in hand to make the most violent crime city in the country have no crime.
Federal forces were welcomed by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, who says he expects operations to build safe neighborhoods at last. While Memphis Mayor Paul Young says he did not request assistance from the National Guard, he has expressed hope to see positive results from their presence. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 79 points, the S&P 500 rose by 4 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 88 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Wisconsin's Governor Whitmer says free breakfast and lunch for all public school students will continue.
The budget for the current fiscal year has not yet been passed by the House and Senate, but she and legislative leaders say it will have money for the free meals. A letter sent to school districts from Whitmer and State School Superintendent Michael Rice says Republicans and Democrats have agreed on key elements of the school aid bill, and free school meals are among them. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Almost half of Americans say groceries are becoming harder to afford compared to just 1 year ago.
According to a new Harris Axios Vibes poll, 47% of respondents said groceries are harder to afford compared to 34% who said it's about the same, and 19% who said groceries are easier to afford now. When looking along party lines, the majority of both Democrats and independents said groceries are harder to afford, while only 34% of Republicans said the same. Findings also show that about 8 in 10 Americans believe President Trump has significant influence over the economy. I'm Matt Mattinson.
A woman is facing charges for allegedly damaging a Little Caesars restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky over the cost of extra dipping sauce.
Officials say that in January, Brianna Haynes allegedly caused more than $1,000 worth of damage to the store after being told that extra pizza sauce would cost $1. Haynes was taken into custody late last month following a separate incident. She faces multiple charges. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another hour underway as we roll into Friday. Turn the page on the calendar, 3rd day of October, from time zone to time zone. We say hello to Soma. He just posted a tip. I guess that is indeed. Yeah, hot off the press breaking news. He said massive explosion at the Chevron refinery in El Segundo, California. Evacuations are underway. So I did a quick search. I mean, this is probably all within just the last less than 30 minutes. Breaking news. The Daily Mail, not much detail. A huge fire, they say, is broken out at the Chevron refinery in the El Segundo neighborhood in Los Angeles, according to the Torrance Police Department. At this point, obviously, it's breaking. Authorities not aware of injuries, but the blaze continues to burn. Dystopian images and videos posted on social media showing the night sky lit up by an unimaginably large fireball. Other images taken as the fires burned show huge plumes of smoke billowing into the air. I said El Segundo is immediately south of LAX, the airport. It's yet to be seen. Will this impact air travel? The Daily Mail has approached the international airport and the police department for further comment. But that's, again, a breaking situation there. Thanks for the heads up, El Soma. He did say no word if California Governor Gavin Newsom started the fire. That was a joke, okay? But obviously in California, the prices they're paying at the pump, highest pretty much anywhere, maybe aside from Hawaii. Be interesting to see what sort of impact that has. Because California, with all their very specific regulations on the blends of fuel that can be sold in various parts of the state, and obviously their refineries are specifically designed to handle those sort of blends. So that will be something to follow. Buckeye Boy checks in from Scottsdale, Arizona, 85 degrees tonight. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. One of my contractors broke down in Tucson on his way back from California. The international repair shop told him what they thought was wrong. He paid over $6,000 to get it fixed. As I was figuring out what options I had to get his freight back to Atlanta by Saturday morning, or maybe Austin by Sunday, which would have been very expensive, as I would have paid for a rental truck and for the customer to fly from Atlanta to Austin so they could get what they wanted off the truck. Well, the so-called repair shop, which knew immediately was not right, causing the truck to break down in El Paso. Luckily, the mechanic at the Rush Truck Center there, who was a grizzled veteran, figured out the problem. That ports on the ECM were clogged. He fixed them. He was able to get rolling and should make the delivery Saturday on time. Now, this driver went above and beyond, and I'm hoping we don't have any more issues with his truck. I'll be in Tucson Sunday night when I check in next week on this final leg of this trip, and I'm ready to go home. And yes, I'll say it for my friend Cap'n Ron. It's Friday, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Have a great night out there and a better weekend. All right, everybody be careful. The perils of operating, owning, or running a trucking operation, yep, costly, right? $6,000, and that wasn't actually the problem. Good golly. I haven't heard from Eagle in a while. What's been happening?
Yeah, I told you I went home last time I talked to you. Just got back out on the road yesterday. I got a couple things to talk about, Steve, concerning the truck driving industry. But first I want to talk about what's going on in Memphis. Good old Memphis. Donald Trump, a lot of people thought that a lot of people in Memphis thought that Donald Trump was playing games, that he wasn't going to show up. They were like, how come he didn't show up, last week or the week before that? But he caught those people off guard, and all hell is breaking loose in Memphis, Steve. I was in Memphis today, and they got the military on the street, and they're arresting people. They got checkpoints all over the city in Memphis. They in some of the worst neighborhoods and worst areas in town, arresting people, getting these losers off the street and in behind bars where they belong. It's exactly what needs to be done to get this city cleaned up. And Portland, Oregon, these losers out there, Antifas and all them boys, all them guys are going to be swept off the street into the jailhouse where they belong, Steve, because people are tired of these losers. Chicago, Baltimore, New York City, the list go on and on and on, the democratically run cities. These idiots say that they don't need help, Steve. These mayors and governors of these cities, such as the loser up there in Minnesota, Tim Walz, a loser, couldn't even, got beat out for the White House with his buddy Kamala. He still insists that they don't need no help in Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's out of control. Minneapolis, they on that list too, brother. Donald Trump and his people going in and getting it cleaned up, just like they got Washington, D.C. cleaned up. It's time to get these people off the street because they've had it too good for too long. And they running roughshod on people, shooting old ladies. Kids can't even go out and play. Enough is enough. Drug dealing going on all night, all times of the day, prostitution, all that's going to come into a stop. And it needs to come to a stop so these people can raise their families up the right way. I have no problem whatsoever with the people going in there and sweeping these people out and getting them in, getting them behind bars where they belong. Because if they don't want to do it the right way, then you're gonna end up behind bars. Just that simple, Steve. They put up with these people. Joe Biden, he let things get out of control for 4 years. Joe Biden let things, and now they're trying to go city by city, state by state to clean up the mess that this guy created. And that's where we go to the truck driving industry. That's where we go to the truck driving industry, where he single-handedly ruined this industry, an industry I've been involved in since the 90s when I first started driving. You got all these guys you wonder, you ever notice, Steve, I told you this a couple of weeks ago, you notice that you don't hear about these accidents no more with guys, Amazon trucks and other companies, FedEx and Super Eagles and all them. You notice you don't hear about them guys having no more wrecks all of a sudden. Have you noticed that over the last couple of weeks?
That does seem to be a little bit quieter. They're getting hundreds of them off the road. I know that.
Yeah, they're getting them off the road. They claimed that up over 200,000 undocumented people are going to be swept off the road, and now they made it the new law October the 1st, saying that if you have a license, when you get ready to get it renewed down in Texas and other states, that it's not going to be renewed.
Right.
If you I forgot what Donald, they doing the right thing. These people don't need to be on the road. It's a matter of safety in America. Oklahoma, I seen on the news earlier this week, Oklahoma arrested over 200 people on Interstate 40 that was entering into their state. One of the guys, he had a driver's license from New York State that said unidentified driver. Didn't even have a name on the damn driver's license, Steve. This guy driving an 18-wheeler with no name on the damn driver's license. So they getting these guys off the road because these guys are not safe, It's not like I said, Joe Biden, he let these people come into the country and basically gave them a license. California, New York State, and other states like that basically gave these guys a license to drive, a license to kill, basically. And now they're getting these boys off the road and getting them out because they don't need to be behind the wheel of a commercial vehicle. So I have no problem with them doing what they're doing in America, because it's making things safe again for me, for my family, and your family, and anybody else that's listening to me tonight. Because I take pride in what I do, driving a truck, and I drive this truck safely, and I expect the other drivers that's out there on the road with me to do the same thing. And if they don't want to do it, or if they can't do it, then they don't need to be behind the wheel of a truck. It's just that simple. So, like I said, people could say, why do you need to know how to speak English? You need to know how to speak English when you're driving a truck in America, because there are signs and there are road signals that you need to abide by. That's why you need to know how to read and write English. And if you feel like you don't want to learn, or you feel like you don't need, then you don't, and I guess you don't want to drive in America. It's just that simple. So there's no loss on me. That guy down there in Florida, the one that made the U-turn in the road, he set the whole thing, just about got it on. He set things on fire when he did what he did, and when he made that illegal U-turn. So anybody all these foreigners that are upset about what Trump is doing, they can thank that guy for making that U-turn, for putting them out of work. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, we've got updates around the country where Wyoming and Colorado State Patrol partnered up for a commercial vehicle enforcement earlier this week. The state of Oregon announcing that they are kind of following the lead of Texas and South Carolina, immediately halting the issuance or renewal of any non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses, as they're looking to comply with the emergency federal rule that came down a week ago today. Then in another out of Wyoming, where dozens of Laramie County Sheriff's Office deputies were sworn in by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to assist them with the enforcement of immigration laws, including removing undocumented commercial vehicle operators from the road. We're talking 25 deputies sworn in by ICE day before yesterday, authorized now to enforce immigration law under a provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act. We got details on all those stories coming your way ahead.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
844-844-3388. As we roll into a Friday. All right, what did Senate Majority Leader John Thune this past day say? He said they will have a fourth chance tomorrow to vote to open the government. If that fails, we'll give them the weekend to think about it. So that sounds like they're going to, hold a vote here on Friday. Then we'll come back and vote Monday. Now, he did say he's open to meeting with Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, but questioned whether a discussion would yield any progress. Schumer this past day issued his own statement urging Republicans to work with the Democrats to reach a deal to reopen the government and lower health care costs. Thune said Republicans will not negotiate on extending the expiring Affordable Care Act health insurance subsidies while the government's closed. He said he's been briefed on bipartisan talks among the rank-and-file senators. He's updating the White House, but stressed it all starts with reopening the government. Some Democrats have suggested concessions short of maybe tying the Affordable Care Act subsidy extension to the funding bill, including adopting full-year appropriations or shortening the House-passed 7-week stopgap. Several have floated a November 1 deadline to kind of align with the start of healthcare.gov's enrollment period. Thune pretty much dismissed that idea, calling the November 1 proposal quibbling over pretty small stuff compared with the House's 21st of November deadline. He also warned there's no way you can do a straight-up extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. So, the deadlock continues for this moment anyway. All right, the anonymous hippopotamus, yes, sir? Did we lose the hippopotamus? All right, he did say something about having to get fuel. He also said something about being possibly the second smartest man in the world. I don't know what that means, but... Plowboy, what's going on? All right, maybe we need to do a phone reset because it looks like it just hung up on him as well. Okay, one of those things that happen on a Friday. We'll do that when we get to the news break here, a few minutes away. Let me start with maybe just the rest of the details where Laramie County will start there. The sheriff and 25 deputies being sworn in by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to authorize immigration law. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office officers will focus, they tell us, on human and drug trafficking on Interstate 25 and I-80 through Laramie County, Wyoming. Additionally, the ICE-endorsed deputies will focus on detecting and arresting unlicensed commercial vehicle operators. A news release from the sheriff's office, which says Sheriff Kozak also established a priority for his deputies to remove unlicensed and undocumented semi-truck drivers from our roads. Estimates show that over 130,000 truck drivers are undocumented and don't have commercial driver's license. Sheriff Kozak said, "Let me be candid. Unsafe, unlicensed, undocumented truckers in this county are going to jail." When Sheriff Kozak states that criminal aliens will go to jail, he means his jail. The Laramie County Jail has been approved by ICE to hold immigration detainees awaiting deportation. Wyoming does not want to be a sanctuary state for those who ignore our laws and threaten public safety. Our safety depends on holding accountable those who violate our laws, especially those who come unlawfully and commit further crimes in our state. So criminal aliens, those who've broken immigration law and who are also arrested for other offenses, pose a threat to our Laramie County citizens. Removing these individuals protects our families, neighborhoods, and businesses. So you're adding to the list and actually in allowing them to enforce commercial vehicle operators, get them off the road. Now, separately, earlier this week, Wyoming Highway Patrol and Colorado State Patrol joined up for a commercial vehicle enforcement operation that resulted in multiple arrests and out-of-service orders. It was a commercial carrier traffic operation on US 287 at the Wyoming-Colorado border, south of Laramie, no less. Troopers conducted 82 commercial vehicle inspections as part of the operation, resulted in a total of 16 drivers and 24 vehicles being ordered out of service. Additionally, 4 were arrested and 1 citation was issued for marijuana. Of the 4 who were arrested, 3 were commercial vehicle drivers, all pertaining to repeat offenses. Troopers said that 2 arrests were for repeated offenses of driving without a CDL license. 1 arrest was for repeated violations of the English language proficiency. Another arrest related to a statewide warrant, they say. All right, so we'll get a news break here. It is 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on 2 competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. But agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
At it on a Friday. Trust your week's going well. Ready for the weekend. All right, Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, the moon's shining down on the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. 51 degrees. It's a cool night. All right, I'm on the mend, on the way to recovery. I want to thank everyone for your thoughts and the prayers. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. All right, glad to hear you're feeling better. I wasn't actually aware of this. Maybe somebody like Patty, others in law enforcement would know this. It is not uncommon for drivers to be pulled over and ticketed near the end of the month. Did you ever heard that? It draws into question whether your citation was part of a ticket quota. Concern about police departments using quotas has resulted in more than half of the states in the country enacting rules to prohibit the practice. Despite these efforts to eliminate, some states continue to see some agencies working around the laws prohibiting quotas. In the state of Ohio, the governor, Mike DeWine, acted earlier this year to sign into law a bill touted to discourage law enforcement agencies from pressuring officers to participate in quotas. Supporters said the new law provides law enforcement officers with needed discretion versus some sort of an arbitrary quota system to generate local revenue. Representative Bride Sweeney pointed out it's been legal in every state to mandate that a police officer issue a set number of tickets every day. This is bad for police, bad for our community. She added that law enforcement officials should be evaluated based on their police work, not the quantity of tickets they write. Well, it went into effect Tuesday of this week. Now in effect in Ohio, the new law outlaws, the new mandate establishes that no requirement or suggestion can be made for an officer to meet a quota, nor could a benefit be offered to an officer based on the officer's quota. The new law defines a ticket quota as a mandate of a certain number of arrests made or citations issued for any offense that a local or state police officer must meet in a specified time period. Law enforcement agencies are prohibited from using quotas to evaluate, promote, compensate, transfer, or discipline a local or state police officer. Agencies are also forbidden from offering any sort of a financial reward or other benefits to officers for meeting a quota. Law enforcement officials or agencies, however, are permitted to collect and analyze data on the number of arrests made and the number of citations issued to help ensure officers aren't neglecting their duties or violate legal obligations. The new law also requires the state's attorney general to make available a form for officers to use to report the expectation of meeting quotas. Now, there is an option for officers to anonymously make the report. The attorney general is then mandated to investigate any sort of those allegations. If a determination is made that ticket quotas were used by an agency, the attorney's general office would then be required to order that official or agency to cease and desist quota requirements. I wasn't really aware of that. End of the month, huh? They gotta reach that quota before the month ends. Grump, back on board. You ever work under a quota when you were in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
And I had a police commissioner that would he would give shift, and he would give you a list of people. These are the people that I want. You know, this guy said, "Man, that's illegal as hell." So I don't care. Take me to court, but these are the people that's causing the problems and all this. And in the same respect, he had a list of people that he didn't want touched. And what kind of broke the back on that, I had pulled a guy over in a speed zone, in a school zone. He was driving a bunny bread truck, and he went through the speed zone 56 mile an hour in a 15. That's an arrestable offense. So I arrested him. Had the truck towed, the bread truck towed, and he was friends with this police commissioner. He came down and he, called him instead of a lawyer, and he come down there. He said, "You're done." I said, "Done with what?" And he said, "You're fired." And I said, "For what?" He said, You don't pull my friends over." Well, just like that, I went across the hall to the judge's office, got a warrant for the commissioner's arrest for obstruction of justice, went back and he started running his mouth, and I throwed his ass in the jail cell. I said, "No, I ain't going anywhere." And so things like that. And it's small town politics that I think does it more than anywhere, or small community politics. But no, I don't believe in them damn quotas. I mean, if somebody's goofing up in front of you, then deal with it. But if they're not, don't sit there and do these process crimes where you just keep digging at stuff. And I think that's one of the things that's wrong with so much of the trucking industry. And when you pull on a scale, guys don't know to just keep their mouths shut, and things like that. I mean, they when they're asked a question, just refer to your law, and instead of offering information that some slick, DOT guy that's been there forever can hang you with falsification or something like that on. And I'm not, I don't want to veer off the subject there, but I think they also have certain quotas, and back when the PSC, the Public Service Commission, was in Tennessee. We worked with them a lot. When I was on the sheriff's department, and they'd be like, "Well, I got to go down to scale here. I got to write some tickets." And I said, "You write some tickets?" "Yeah." I said, we got our deal going on, and it was people that I grew up with, and stuff. And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah, that's what they want. So that's what we do." So it happens, and I wished it wouldn't happen, because it just I think it's bad for the community. It's bad for law enforcement to have to put their heads on chopping blocks like that, because when you start digging at stuff, you're opening yourself up for lawsuits and different things. It's just my opinion. But we was talking about all these trucks that are getting shut down and stuff, Steve. Did you know that the trucking industry nearly doubled and I'm talking the over-the-road trucks from 2020 to 2023? In that time frame, there was there wasn't a need for trucking, any more trucks than what they had. But we were all of a sudden liked and labeled essential. That anybody, they lowered the standard so damn bad for opening up a company, for starting up a company. DOT was so backed up on checking for MCC numbers and things. You could apply, get it, that fast. And it opened the door up for all these illegals that are here right now that are driving trucks. So many of them are driving on a 1099, like they're leasing trucks. And I think Eagle brought up that Eagle Super or whatever the hell they are. I see a lot of owner-operators or a lot of lease operators with them people, leasing trucks and trailers and things like that cannot speak a damn word of English. And there were so many startup companies at that time that I just doing a quick search on it, that it nearly doubled the over-the-road trucking. Now that people can look at that and say, well, why is freight rates and stuff so damn bad right now? When you have that much of a glut on trucks, and they just open the door for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to get involved in trucking and say, I want to throw my license plate on and start hauling freight. I don't have to wait for a DOT inspection or none of that, on getting my DOT numbers and things set up. I can just go buy a truck, and take off, and everything's delayed. They waive so much of it, and that's exactly what they did. And so much of the things that we have to do, even insurance companies lowered insurance in those times because the government had such a pressure on companies to get more drivers out here, because which made no sense, because look how many businesses and things that were shutting down at that time. They were going dormant, and then all of a sudden Biden and this crew of idiots come in with Buttigieg, and that who I still can't believe had anything to do with cars, other than maybe I don't know, a pink freaking Barbie mobile or something. But that's just being a smart ass. But they created this horrible atmosphere right now. Now they're trying to cull the herd and get rid of some of these trucks that's out here that people did, that bought up, and like I said, it was so many foreign drivers that came over here during that time that they opened the door for, and as essential people. And if you remember when they were doing the H-2B visas and things like that, the H-1Bs, they were doing them on essential workers only, to help the backlog and stuff of things that was coming up. Well, damn, they laid off, what was it? 7 million people got laid off or jobs just done away with during that time. And then they had to build that workforce back up. But here's all these trucks are on the road, and then it become this competing deal here. It was a freight broker's dream. They could bid out loads and stuff like that for $4 a mile, and you got guys that are hauling it for 65 and 70 cents just to try to make payments. And now I've been reading several articles now how they're trying to get rid of so many of these damn trucks. The banks have and the lending agencies are just pretty much going bankrupt, because they were pretty much forced to give truck loans and business loans for essential people. And look what happened. Now, you go back over that, how many of these falsified PPP loans, if you remember,
right,
come about. I mean, there were billions and billions and billions of dollars in fraud from these PPP loans. But I got a green light here on my scale. But you know, and now we're paying the price for it. So every time government sticks their damn big nose in something like that, it affects the people that's out here all the time. It affects the small businesses like myself that's been doing this now for 30 years, ever since I, you know, got off the police department. And it's crazy. I mean, it just, they had no knowledge whatsoever of what would happen, or didn't care. Even if they did know, they didn't care. And this is what we're up against now. These hangers on, or you know, just running, you know, bankrupt basically is what they're doing. I was talking to a guy a couple of days ago, and you know, he hadn't made a truck payment in 4 months. And I said, why? And he said, hell, freight just ain't here. He said, you know, and he's a load board runner and stuff like that. He said, just the money, you know, you can barely make enough money to eat on. And he's bitching about Trump about that. I said, Trump didn't bring about that.
Mm-hmm.
Trump didn't create the glut on trucks. It was Joe Biden and that dumbass Pete Buttigieg. And he's, you know, but people don't understand that. They see the here and now, and they think, well, the guy that's in charge now should have done something about it. I doubt whether the guy that's here now actually knew anything about it when, you know, 5, 6, 7 months ago when he came into office. It's taken this long for you know, the Secretary of Transportation and others to Sean Duffy to get up to par and up to speed on what the hell's going on out here and trying to do something about it now. And it's going to take a year or two for this industry to get back on, you know, get back to norm, and we're, you know, people that are running the load boards and stuff like that shouldn't have had a truck in there, you know, underneath them to begin with, they're going to go out of business. And it's, you know, I don't know. You're going to see truck rates or trucks fall. I mean, as far as the prices of used trucks is going to drop, it's got to, because they're going to have so damn many of them. But you can go by any Ritchie Brothers right now, and all you see out there is trucks and trailers. You know, I mean, thousands of trucks and trailers just from banks that are pulling them in. This truck that I'm driving right now was a repo from a company that FedEx, you know, had an accident, and the law high, they had to, you know, let all their trucks go. So I bought one of the trucks. But it's I don't know, man. I tell you, you know, this game can this industry can flip on you in a second. You know, 1 minute we can be riding high on the freight rates of COVID and things like that, and that's what brought in the industry so much of the garbage. You know, I made 80, 85, 90,000 more during COVID than I do now. You know, that's a ton of damn money, Steve, when you think about it. You know, and you know, right now, I mean, rates have come back down to pre-COVID levels and are kind of settling down and stuff like that. But the competition is still so strong. I had a run going out to Upper Marlboro, Maryland. You know, I did that run for 3 years, and somebody come in there and cut it $2.50 a mile. $2.50 a mile. They're hauling it for next to nothing. You know, I mean, where I was hauling it for, you know, $3 a mile, or, you know, a little more. I think it was closer to $4 out and back. They're just doing a one-way price on it right now. You know, and of course they got the load. Who the hell wouldn't? You know, look at all the money they're saving on these companies, but they're going to go out of business trying to do it, trying to make ends meet on it. So I don't know. It's you know, we've had a hell of a ride here. You know, post-COVID, and rates have been up and down, up and down, up and down. I think once that they start weeding out so many of these damn trucking companies and things like that came in here under temporary or false conditions, I think we're going to see rates climb drastically. You know, they're going to have to, because they're going to be a hell of a lot fewer trucks right now. And a glut on trucks, when you have a glut on trucks where you got 10 trucks wanting to haul that one load that's paying absolutely probably nothing anyway. It's a shipper and broke. They can charge pretty much whatever. They get their freight haul for next to nothing, and you know, then they just watch them drop like flies, and then the rates will have to come back up. But that's kind of what's happening right now. But when you was talking about, or when Eagle was talking about, you know, Oklahoma shutting down so many. They did get with the program. I came through there not long ago, and I was talking to one of the inspectors, and I asked him again about the English speaking. He said, we're on top of it. He said, we've had enough. And that come down from the governor's office, So, when we start seeing less truck accidents, which right now, I'm the run that I'm on right now, back and forth, I don't see that many. But, if I was going to St. Louis and stuff like that, you'd see a lot of dumbasses piled up over there because they just have no concept of what the hell they're doing or, any safety measures or anything else. And that's one of the things that we saw when so many of them came here during COVID, and they brought all their bad driving habits with them. It was make as much money as you possibly can. And if you get your ass sent home, you get sent home. So, that's where we're at today. But, I just want to make a comment on that. I know it's been it's been some trying times in trucking here lately. We see the rates drop, but I'm seeing a lot of freight. I was at one of our packing houses up in Nebraska there earlier, and there was probably, I know there was 50. If there was one, there was 50 cattle trucks lined up, and Lauren Weiss could probably tell you a little bit more about stuff like that, but they had to be 50 trucks lined up waiting to offload cows. I mean, they're, when they say they're killing, just at that one plant, 14 to 1,600 head a day right now, somebody's buying beef, and that's, I know I'm hauling a lot of it. So I don't know. I hope it comes up, and I hope rates and things get stabilized and come up some more, and we get some better people out here, better quality drivers and better quality companies out here that actually have some skin in the game instead of buying some old damn junk truck and a junk trailer, getting out here cutting the rate to pieces. And then, when they have that wreck or whatever, they just get out of it, throw the title to the wrecker driver and say, here, enjoy your truck and trailer. And by the way, that freight you can have too, because I don't have the $1,000 deductible to pay on it.
And we're out of business.
We was talking about insurance, and I added mine. I'm sorry?
And then we're out of business. We're folding up shop.
Yeah. Yep. That's the way it is. They I know a Russian outfit that they went in and bought 10 trucks, $5,000 a piece at an auction place, and the guy told me, he said, when one breaks down, we just leave it wherever it's at, give the title to the wrecker driver, and get on a plane and drive another one, or have somebody bring it to us, and we're back in business. And that's pretty much what they're, what they look at on some of these trucks and things that they're doing right now. And it hurts us. I mean, it hurts people that's, trying to do it right and buy some decent equipment so that you can build the trust of shippers and receivers that my truck is in good repair and I'll be there with the load. But, it's hard for them to look at somebody like me and say, you're wanting, $3 a mile where I can get this other guy here for $1.25. Look at the amount of money I'm saving. And, unfortunately, a lot of times that's the route they go. But hey, that's all right. We get it back and pay more when they, make more when they go out of business. So, but anyway, I just wanted to touch on that. It has been a killer. It's going to continue to be a killer. When I look at, cargo insurance, life insurance, medical insurance, supplement insurance, house insurance, car insurance, bobtail insurance, workman's comp insurance. When I look at all the things that I have to pay out, just that's mandated by law that I got to carry, I don't have to carry life insurance, of course, but I do. But medical and everything else, and workman's comp and all the different insurances you got to have on a truck and stuff like that. Steve, I'm paying out of pocket for insurance premiums alone annually, probably close to $40,000. And, I just think, what the hell could I do with that money? I mean, that I've paid for so many years. And It's like, people will pay on medical insurance for years and years and years and years. I mean, without ever having a claim against it. And then the second they have a claim, it's denied. I mean, you can look at how much you pay, over the years, $16,000, $18,000 a year. Some people that's having to pay in premiums, and you might do that for 10 or 12 years, pay in over $100,000 in damn premiums, and then they turn down a $5,000 claim against you. it's ridiculous. I think that's, all this insurance stuff is something that the people the government needs to look close at. And if you're not using all your damn insurance or whatever, we got a massive amount of claims, maybe you ought to get rebates back at the end of the year or get lower, lower premiums and things. But if you're not at a huge risk, but I don't see that happening. They're living high on the hog on a lot of these Ponzi schemes and stuff. But anyway, I just want to touch bases with you on that, and you have yourself a good night, buddy.
All right, and coming up next hour, we actually have a scenario of truck drivers losing their jobs, which the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has actually filed suit against a couple of companies. The trucking operations say, well, their insurer told them they would no longer insure drivers over the age of 65. Yeah. Age is not just a number. It is now a federal discrimination case involving a Texas trucking company. Yeah, we'll give you more on that coming up here. Very interesting. Ever heard of that? The insurance company? Yeah. Well, any drivers you've got over the age of 65, we're not going to insure them. How? Really? They can do that? Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens.
The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. Commissioner Rodney Scott told Border Report that agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. Scott says the men and women of CBP should never be treated as pawns in political games. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew is pushing for essential workers to get paid during the shutdown.
Van Drew has introduced bills to make sure the Coast Guard and FAA employees receive pay and is co-sponsoring legislation to protect pay for troops and Border Patrol. The Republican says he won't stand by and let service members and frontline workers get caught in the middle of Washington's dysfunction. Van Drew also blames Democrats for refusing to move forward on a clean Republican bill to keep the government open and protect veterans and seniors. Meanwhile, Democrats blame Republicans for the impasse, claiming the GOP refused to extend the financial help that keeps health coverage affordable for Americans. I'm Kristen Marks.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 79 points, the S&P 500 rose by 4 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 88 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Washington and 4 other states have filed a lawsuit against Zillow and Redfin.
The lawsuit claims the companies illegally colluded to dominate the online rental advertising market. The suit claims Zillow paid Redfin $100 million to get Redfin's listings of properties with 25 or more units. The lawsuit alleges the companies violated antitrust laws. I'm Brad Ford.
ICE agents are set to attend the 2026 Super Bowl.
It follows the announcement that Puerto Rican singer Bad Bunny is set to headline the halftime show. Department of Homeland Security advisor Corey Lewandowski said that there is nowhere you can provide safe haven to people in this country illegally. Last month, Bad Bunny told ID Magazine he's not performing in the U.S. during his forthcoming world tour due to, in part, concerns over ICE raids at his concerts. I'm Jim Roop.
The first number 24 jersey worn by Los Angeles Lakers legend Kobe Bryant has changed hands.
The jersey was recently sold for $889,000 at a Sotheby's auction. Bryant first wore that jersey on November 3rd, 2006 in a win over the Seattle Supersonics. The jersey's autographed and uniquely inscribed First 24 with authentication through photo matching to the Lakers' 2006 Media Day. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Walmart says they are removing synthetic food coloring from their store brands.
The nation's largest retailer announced Wednesday it's removing synthetic dyes and over 30 other ingredients from its private brand food and beverage products in the U.S. Walmart says the changes will roll out over the coming months. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I was scrolling through some of the updates from El Segundo, California. Where a little over, I guess about 90 minutes ago, this all began to unfold. A massive fire erupting at the Chevron refinery there. The blast reported about at 9:30 local time, maybe like 12:30 Eastern. Towering flames, billowing smoke seen from miles around the South Bay area, where many residents reported hearing the blast. At this point, no injuries being reported. The city of Torrance issued an alert via their X account saying the fire department's been made aware. No impact to the city. According to the South Bay Alert System, where they send out warnings and notifications to like 15 South Bay cities, they're saying no evacuation orders have been issued as the firefight continues, but residents have been asked to stay indoors. Probably don't want to be breathing that smoke. And if you're in a vehicle, they always say, put your airflow, if you have like your AC or the fans blowing, put it on recirculate. That means you're not bringing air in from outside. You're just recirculating the same air in the vehicle, all right? They do say Air 7 was overhead, that's the helicopter there, of the towering flames and billowing smoke filling up the sky. So that's, I guess, an ongoing situation at this hour. All right. The hippopotamus is back on board. We got you coming up after Pappy. Morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, sir. Speaking of fires, I think it was Jesse had a couple guys on his show representing the business owners of Los Angeles. The fires that happened back in January. Steve, take a guess. No, I'm not talking about residential houses, but take a guess how many permits have been issued for a business to be able to rebuild a business that was burnt down to the ground. How many permits of the hundreds and hundreds of businesses that were burnt to the ground?
I would assume, seeing as you're asking the question, I presume it's going to be some astronomically low number, like none?
Like 2.
Okay, all right. Wow.
2. As a result, somebody resigned, and they're calling for the mayor's resignation. And I remember hearing something a few weeks ago that even the residential, to rebuild your houses, there was like just a handful of the thousands of houses that were burned up.
Yeah.
And I also remember watching that interview. Well, it wasn't an interview. It was a powwow that Trump had with the mayor and the governor, who he's up to some shenanigans again, after these fires happened. And the question was brought up about getting permits, right? And they specifically said, we're going to fast track these. We're not going to have all these regulations. And 2 permits. Unbelievable. That's California government for you. Now, supposedly, the governor, I guess Trump was saying that, all right, listen, you're going to be a sanctuary city. You're not going to cooperate with the federal government and help us with the illegal criminals in your state. Well, if you're not interested in law enforcement, I guess we're not going to be interested in giving you any federal funds. So what Newsom did, he came out and said, talking to the colleges, educational system in the state, that Trump was trying to get rid of all this DEI stuff, right? Accepting applications and people into your institution on test scores as a result of race or gender should be based on merit. Well, Newsom came out and said, if you go along with the Trump plan and do away with this, our DEI initiative, you're going to lose all state funding. You can't make this up, Steve. Real quick, while I got it on my mind, I've been meaning to say this. It's common sense. But the governor was out running his jibs again a couple weeks ago about the feds wearing masks during their little raids, right? And which is totally, has no way. He can't enforce that. Steve, these guys that you see going in and snatching, like that raid that was done in Chicago you were talking about the other night. Steve, you know how many of these guys are undercover? How do you think they get their information? Right? Our Renew agents that work, that make all these drug busts. How do you think they get their information and probable cause to arrest somebody? They send in undercover agents. A lot of these Border Patrol agents you see work undercover. So they can't be recognized if they go undercover and their cover gets blown. What are these daggone, not just terrorist groups, but these gang members? They'll kill them, Steve. Oh, shit. And not to mention in all the death threats the families are getting. Not just the agents, but their families. Getting death threats to kill their wives and children. Unbelievable. All right. Let's talk about quotas. I think Grump touched on this, and he's correct, that these little small municipalities, right, these little mom and pop villages that have 1 or 2 police officers, they want their police officers out here writing tickets because they got their mayor's court, and it's a money-making machine for these little villages. That's just no doubt about it. Now, whether they're actually told you will write 5 tickets today, I don't know. I can tell you right now, where I work, the sheriff's department, we never had any quotas. Never. Every time I trained somebody, though, my motto was, a ticket a day keeps the colonel away.
Okay. Right? Yeah.
So let me throw it out like this, Steve. Any business, whether you're in government, private business, you have to have a way of evaluating your employee, right? If you're a car salesman and you got 10 car salesmen working at your facility, and 9 of the other car salesmen are selling 10 cars a month, and you got one guy selling 2 cars a month, what's that? That don't look too good. See, come evaluation time, they're going to be going, you're costing us money. I mean, now law enforcement, except for these small little municipalities here, aren't really in the business of making money. But you have to have a way of evaluating your employees. And then the way it works is, what do we get evaluated on? How many arrests? Have you made any arrests? DUI arrests, tickets.
Mm-hmm.
One of the, preserve the peace, protect the public, and enforce the safety laws, Keep the highways safe. Now, when you get to your state troopers, Steve, that's their main job. They are told, go out, make these highways safe. So there are several categories, right? Every night, these guys got to fill out a detail card. On the back of their detail card, they ask you, how many details did you get? How many reports did you take? How many minor misdemeanors tickets have you written, like an open container or a weed ticket? How many misdemeanor arrests have you made? Did you, like a domestic violence? How many felony arrests did you make, right? And you fill that out every night. At the end of 3 months, they pull all the stats out and they look. And I think I told you this before. We got a 20%, 80-20%. So if 100 guys are writing 10 tickets a month, which is low, and you got Joe over here that's writing 2 tickets a month, I mean, what's going on? Are we paying him to go sit behind a building at night and take a little nap? You're coming in with no stats, no arrest. Steve, we actually had this happen where somebody went a whole year without writing a ticket.
Okay.
Without taking a report. Steve, that when I heard that, there's no way. Without taking a report, no arrest, no nothing. He was kind of conning his partners around him. Hey, man, can you handle that? Take that report for me. Can you handle that? I mean, so it's like nothing else. You got to have a way of evaluating your employees, man. You can't expect them just to drive around and wave at everybody, not do anything. So, and listen, nobody likes getting a ticket, man. What are they here? $140 now if you get a speeding ticket. You're taking money out of somebody's wallet that could be putting food on the table. They're law-abiding citizens just going to and from work, trying to put food on the table and pay the bills. And I've told you this before, and I'll tell you again. Every person I've trained, I told them, we don't go out and F with these people, right? We don't get paid to mess with the law-abiding citizens, no criminal history, or if they do, it's minimal. They're out here working. They got a family, trying to make money, especially in hard times. You have to be doing something really stupid in order to get a speeding ticket from me or any of the guys I work with. It has to be really justified. I stopped a guy going 95 miles an hour one time out on the highway. First thing he said to me when you got to meet your quota? I felt like saying, yep, damn sure do, pal, and you going 95 out here. You just helped me. Thanks a lot. So nobody likes getting a ticket, man. They get pissed off. So, they take it out on the officer. You got to meet your quota. That's a thing in the past, Steve. Officers got to come out here and do their job. They got to earn their paycheck. I remember back where they saying, you can't, God, Alzheimer's kicking in. Remember after 9/11, what's that? Daggone it. When you can't target a specific group, you know what I'm saying?
Profile,
yes. During 9/11, right? Right after 9/11. You can't profile somebody that's from Asia or the Middle East, right? You have to pull that 90-year-old white lady off the line and check her bags too. Steve, we get paid. Police officers get paid to profile. That's what we train and learn how to do. To criminally profile people. We want to go after the criminals. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's who we want to arrest, right? We don't want to come out here and mess with the average Joe going to and from work, trying to put food on the table. We're not out here to mess with that guy. But if you're out here slinging dope, committing theft offenses, breaking into businesses at night, we're going to target you. And we know how to do that. Does that make sense?
It does.
All right, bud. It is, I guess, a Sunday night for me, right? Worked the weekend. I think after this weekend, when I come back, I'll probably break the long sleeves out. Yeah. See, this year, man, holy moly, we're in October, man. I said before you know it's going to be Christmas.
Yep. New Year.
Winter's going to hit. And before you know it, it's going to be spring. And what does that mean, Steve? What does the last day of April mean?
Pappy's done.
Pappy's done.
Hang it up. You're not hanging up the keys. I guess you're hanging up the gun belt. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Taking the gun belt off. Yes, sir. All right, bud. I appreciate you taking the call. That's all I got. Everybody be safe. Enjoy the weekend, man, and watch your six. Thanks a bunch.
As always, watch your six. All right, there he is, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Hey, you must not have read my message there the last time I left you a message. I was probably going to have to stop and get fuel in the truck there. Put some push juice in there, as the knuckle buster would say. So, anyways, that's where I was at, out attending business. But, anyways, so did you catch anything about Tesla here lately? The number of car sales, where they're at car sales, how far up they are right now?
Apparently, I haven't.
Apparently, the not funding the kickback for buying an electric vehicle and all that, and just the amount of people that want them. I guess Tesla's back on the rise. I guess Tesla's people are back liking Teslas again. So their numbers are up. And anyways, there maybe some point there you'll be able to get a chance to maybe let your fingers do the walking through Google or something and maybe see where they really are at. But yeah, they were saying on the news last night that they were going up. And anyways, speaking of going up, any word there on the Yankees-Red Sox? Any word there on the Yankees-Red Sox, how they were making out tonight?
Yeah, let me see here. The Yankees move on. They beat the Sox. So they will now face the Blue Jays. Yankees versus Blue Jays.
All right. Well, that's like an internet. Hey, are they going to be able to do that? Is with the shutdown going on? Who's supposed to go across the border? I mean, are they going to be able to do the border crossing and get across all right, or is that going to be affected? I don't know. Guess we'll have to research into that even to find out if that can happen. Maybe the Blue Jays will be stuck in Canada and not be allowed to come here. But anyway, God, Virginia should do something about their roads. Holy crap. Expect a bomb to stay on his wheels and bouncing around here like you can't believe.
Right.
Shook up like a milkshake.
And I'm not real sure when it comes to the division series. Those are 5-game series, best of 5. So do they like play a game in Canada, then go back to New York for a couple, or do they have home field advantage for all 5? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was 3-2 or 2-3, or if they played 2 and then did 2 and then went back to the other one for 1, or how that worked out for the 5-game series. I don't really.
Okay, but they do. But they do.
I think I don't think they play. I don't think they play the majority to one side, and then if it makes it through, then they go to the other for the other ones. I think they get broke up back and forth so that each team at least has a little bit of home field advantage.
So the Blue Jays, Toronto will have home field advantage probably three out of the 5 games then.
Probably something like that, yeah. Because the Yankees were the wild card team, so I would assume that they would be considered the lower team of the series. So, but anyway, hey, I was thinking here, I might possibly be the second smartest man on the face of this earth, Your Honor, because. Well, you know who possibly could be the first smartest man in the world, right?
Doc Holliday, of course.
That's Doc Holliday, of course. So, anyways, last night or yesterday morning while you guys were working and busy on the air and all that, and I pretty much had my eyes closed the whole time, I did wake up at about, somewhere around 3:30 or so, and had a little bit of an issue trying to roll back over and get to sleep. So we kicked the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app on. Not that you listen to that to go to sleep, but just because I was awake. And I heard this guy by the name of Buckwheat.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, hold the talk, because we're up to the news break. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on 2 competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. But agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Friday, rolling into that first weekend here in the month of October. Yes, indeed. All right, we left off. So the possibly second smartest man in the world. You heard buckwheat.
Yeah, so anyways, as I say, I woke up there somewhere around 3:30 and put on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, which you can call into. And, hey, if you're a first-time caller, you get a $60 product code. All you got to do is dial 844-844-3388. I don't know, I just threw that little tidbit information out there for you. Anyways, all you first-time people want to be first-time callers there. Just 844-844-3388. Anyways, so, yeah, not because you put the Steve Summers radio show, overnight drive radio show on to sleep. You use it to stay awake. And anyways, I was wide awake there for a little bit. So I'm listening, and Buckwheat there, he's seeing these trucks out here with green lights.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, my first thought was he was driving around looking at UFOs or whatever they call them now. But anything's possible up there, you know, when you get close to that city that never sleeps up there in New York. But anyways, I think more what he's seeing is some of these high-dollar truck lights that they have for these people that like to go to spend all this money on chrome and lights and go to these truck shows and, you know, these show and shine and light competition deals. And since the innovation of LED lighting, they've come up with a way to be able to have dual colors in the lights. And I don't know exactly how the switching works to be able to change it from one to the other, you know. And I'm not sure if they have like three-way switches like we used to have in the old days, because, you know, some trucks there didn't even have regular dimmer switches. You actually had a three-way switch that was off in the middle, and for your headlights, you go up for high beams and down for low beams. So you'd, you know, one switch did two operations. So I'm not sure if you know, there's a way to make them, you know, revert from one color to the other. So, but there's a whole big range of different colors, you know, since LED lighting has come out now. So it could be green or blue or, you know, pink or chartreuse or, you know, purple or whatever, pretty much any color in the spectrum you can get in LED lighting now. And, but anyways, so these guys have decided, because it looks really cool at the truck shows, to have your truck all lit up in a different color than the normal standard yellow on the sides and front and red to the rear. It looks cool going down the road in purple. So they flipped the switch so that all their lights are purple driving down the road, or green or chartreuse or whatever. And think they're advertising in a big truck show going down the super highway, you know, out here on the super slab. And so anyways, as I say, I haven't figured out the technology of it. haven't purchased any myself, but you know, they have the way to convert, you know, from one color to the other, you know, and I believe, can't guarantee it for sure, but I believe there are only two colors that you get to choose from. So if I don't know, maybe somebody out there will be more knowledgeable about it, but anyways, so that's kind of what that was looking like. Anyways, I guess other than that, so Chief Wahoo's been kicked out there in Cleveland. He's not there. They got eliminated. You said
they're done. Right there with the Reds.
All right,
season over.
Season over. All of Ohio baseball's done.
Done.
Anyway. So, I guess that's about all we got going for you here, other than the weather factor. You've been talking a little bit about how dry it's been, and it looks like Maryland's going to stay just as dry as what you're saying, if not even more, because the next rain they're actually predicting here for the Baltimore area is Wednesday, I believe. I think they said there's like a 70% chance of rain on Wednesday, and they even took the rain off from Tuesday night and said it might be a shower Tuesday night, but don't expect anything until possibly Wednesday. So I don't know what all happened with that. You know, I guess wait and see if it really develops or not, or passes by. But I guess, as you said, the weekend's supposed to be somewhere in the 80s and that. So fire truck is looking like it was going to have a nice weekend there, and nice cool 70-degree temperatures are coming around, and now all of a sudden you guys are throwing these 80s back out here on us. But anyway, so I guess one last quick thing. You remember a few years back I told you I got this new day cab Peterbilt to drive and all that stuff? The digital numbers just turned over here. We got 500001. 500 6,001 miles, Your Honor. So halfway to 1 million.
Wow.
So much for that new truck, right?
Yes.
Kind of lost the new truck. Kind of lost the new truck smell there a little while ago. But anyways, hey, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you go. Maybe Buckwheat could call back, let you know if that was, the truck show lights or if it was a UFO. Maybe he actually did see a UFO out there. And there was some building collapse in the Bronx. You might want to tell him, watch out for falling bricks, because there was a building collapse yesterday up there, partial building collapse. But all right, Your Honor, with that, we'll let you go with all that nonsense. And
Casual Friday. Thanks for the update. Yes, have a good morning. All right, speaking of baloney, it's Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Today is the greatest day of the week, correct?
Affirmative.
Absolutely. I don't know what about that Monday thing there. So anyway, congratulations to Horse Feathers on that $500,000 on his truck. He keeps on driving. He'll catch up with me, Steve, eventually, because I might just stop driving December 28th. I don't know yet, so we'll see. Let's get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, Mr. Steve Summers, and all them other Marines out there. Got to buy some Stabile products too, because they sponsor Steve Summers too, right?
That's correct.
And then we got that Hot Shot Secret. So you got to tell some of your stuff too, keep you in business, right? Keep you in a job, in a house.
That is affirmative, yes. OvernightDriveRadio.com, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm just wondering, does Horse Feathers know that French fries were not cooked in France? That they were actually cooked in Greece the first time?
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry I didn't call in last night. I was listening to you. They didn't load me till this morning, so I laid down on that bed. That's the last thing I remember, Steve. I guess I pulled an eagle on you there, right?
Well, in other words, you got some much needed rest.
Oh, absolutely. Well, y'all get ready to give your money to the Vegas bookie this weekend, because that's who's going to get that's who true winner of them football games are. So, y'all just, and the score's always going to be 0-0 at the start. See, I'm trucking hard as I can, get on back to Memphis, Tennessee, and call it a week. I'll be in there tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, maybe tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see. See how the traffic goes. Well, have a good morning. I got about 30 more minutes of driving on this leg of the trip, so I'll call you tomorrow. Well, no, I can't call you tomorrow. I'll call you Tuesday morning.
All right.
I'm not going to work Sunday night.
All right.
I'm not going to work Sunday night, so. And y'all say a prayer for my next door neighbor, Gail. Her mama passed away last night, so she's in a real hard bind right now.
Wow.
All right, have a great morning, brother.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you, Knucklebuster. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, in the state of Oregon, another following the lead of Texas, South Carolina, pausing the issuance of all non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses. October 1, officials announced the Oregon Department of Motor Vehicles will stop non-domiciled CDLs and commercial learner's permits until further notice. The pause includes every type of license issuance, including original, transfer, upgrade, renewal, replacement, amendment, correction, reprint, or reissuance of a previously issued limited-term commercial credential. Drivers who meet the federal requirement can continue to drive commercial vehicles in Oregon. However, they will be unable to renew or replace their credential. There are approximately 1,400 limited-term credential holders in that state, all of whom have an employment authorization document, they say, from Customs and Immigration, according to the DOT there. The indefinite pause on non-domiciled CDLs and commercial learners permits following the FMCSA's emergency interim final rule that places several restrictions on the issuance of such. While the FMC emergency rule allows for the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs and learners permits for certain applicants, Oregon has opted for a complete pause to ensure full compliance with the new requirements. Some of the changes include limiting eligibility to those holding lawful status in the U.S. for certain employment-based non-immigrant categories and eliminating online and mail-in renewals in favor of mandatory in-person renewals, they say. Now, Oregon DMV already complies with some of the changes made by the rule. However, full compliance will require both statutory and administrative rule change, extensive computer system changes, and more. That rule requires states to stop issuing those non-domiciled CDLs until they can ensure compliance with the updated regulations. As I said, other states that have already announced such action, South Carolina, earlier this week, it was the state of Texas, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looks like St. George heat wave just around the corner. Philip checking in from Florida. I think Eagle had some comments about some of these Democrat governors out there. What's up, Eagle? Welcome back.
Okay, I appreciate you putting me back on. Steve, okay, as they go around the country, with these, ICE deals going on, you continue to see these governors, such as I told you about the guy in Minnesota flapping his mouth, and now you got you got this woman out in Portland, Oregon, running her mouth about even though things are totally out of control in Oregon, she insists that she doesn't need any help out in Oregon. another person and then you had the other guy. Then you had the other guy in Chicago. You know that was the biggest embarrassment. After that holiday a couple of weeks ago, where they had, I forgot how many people got killed, and he had the nerve to say that he had things under control and people are getting killed left and right. But like I say, these governors, they're like Tom Homan said, Steve. These guys are abating. They're holding up progress, and they're only making the job harder for the ICE people when they have to go to these different units, housing units, and other places to arrest these people. If they would let the ICE people arrest them at the jails, and it'd be a whole lot easier for everybody. But these Democratic governors don't want to cooperate with the process. It's really a shame that these guys are that they care more about criminals. You hear these guys on TV talking about they more concerned about the rights of the criminals than the rights of the people that's being held hostage by these people. It's really sad that these governors are this stupid, to deny, not want help to get their situation under control. So you just have to go in there and do it. And the hell with them. If they don't want to cooperate, they don't cooperate. But it's got to be done. Chicago, they in Chicago right now doing their thing. They've arrested I don't know how many people. But they're going to get Chicago cleaned up. We've been talking about it for years now. It's time to clean it up. Portland, Oregon, and these other cities, it's time to go in and get the job done and get these people out, and all the illegals and the drug gang members and all these people. If the governors don't want to cooperate, then it's their problem. And you see what's going on, go with the government shutdown. The Democrats are still trying to impede that progress. They're doing everything instead of cooperating and trying to make things easier. They want to throw monkey wrenches and things, with the AOCs, the Chuck Schumers, the Crockett's, and what's his other idiot's name? Guy with the bald head that was flapping his mouth. So all these people, these Democrats are nothing but trouble, Steve. They, if you look at all the cities in the U.S. that are having financial problems and problems with the crime, just about all of them are run by Democratic run cities. Atlanta, Georgia, another city that needs to have the military go in there. The National Guard, another city that's out of control. So hopefully Trump, will go ahead and do his thing and get things under control. And because too many people are being hurt, and like I said, these governors ought to be ashamed of themselves. They ought to be trying to cooperate with the ICE people, Tom Homan, and the people that are running this thing. But you see on the now. They were talking about that today, Steve. And then whatchamacallit brung that up about the police wearing the mask. These guys are wearing masks for their safety because you got these idiots that are listing where these people live at. Tom Homan was talking. Maybe you can go over that after I hang up with you. He said that they deleted the application. This app that these idiots had came up with that would tell the location of the ICE units. Yep. I think they said that Apple deleted that off of their phones, and that's what they need to do. They don't. You're putting people's lives in jeopardy when you put applications on cell phones notifying people where ICE is and where their next move is. You're setting these people up for ambush, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves for notifying people that ICE is getting ready to go in. With these different applications and stuff. And maybe you could say something about that after I hang up with you about this application that Tom Homan was talking about that they got deleted from the Apple phones. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, good to hear from you, Eagle. Thank you much. Have a great weekend. All right, news update just around the corner. I mentioned earlier in the hour, age not just a number. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filing a lawsuit against Fat and Broke Incorporated, operating as Gamer Logistics, for violating federal law when they fired and refused to hire a class of older drivers and applicants for driver positions because of their age. March of last year, Gamer Logistics fired a 69-year-old driver because the company's new liability insurance policy did not cover drivers older than 65, according to the suit. That employee had worked for Gamer Logistics for 14 years. Additionally, the lawsuit claims the company refused to hire a 68-year-old applicant for a driving position because of his age. Both individuals held commercial driver's licenses and met the physical requirements to operate commercial vehicles. Employers are ultimately responsible for their own hiring, firing, and conditions of employment, according to the EEOC Dallas District Office Director. They cannot escape liability for evident age-based employment decisions just because another private party, like an insurance company, imposes an age-based restriction. The EEOC also claims Gamer Logistics excluded a class of employees and job applicants from driver positions because of age, and that it imposed age-discriminatory medical screening conditions for employing older drivers. It is well documented the American workforce is aging, according to the EEOC acting regional director. Workers in their mid to late 60s, 70s, and beyond continue sharing their valuable skills and experience as fewer new workers are entering our labor market. Accordingly, older workers increasingly provide the essential engine that drives our economy forward. By the way, the lawsuit filed in the Western District of Texas, initiated by the EEOC's Dallas District Office, which has jurisdiction in a portion of Texas as well as parts of southern New Mexico, they tell us. On its website, Gamer Logistics lists office locations in Texas, Indiana, and Mexico. But that's a new one on me. The liability insurance, no one over the age of 65 covered. All right, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens.
The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. Commissioner Rodney Scott told Border Report that agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. Scott says the men and women of CBP should never be treated as pawns in political games. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew is pushing for essential workers to get paid during the shutdown.
Van Drew has introduced bills to make sure the Coast Guard and FAA employees receive pay and is co-sponsoring legislation to protect pay for troops and Border Patrol. The Republican says he won't stand by and let service members and frontline workers get caught in the middle of Washington's dysfunction. Van Drew also blames Democrats for refusing to move forward on a clean Republican bill to keep the government open and protect veterans and seniors. Meanwhile, Democrats blame Republicans for the impasse, claiming the GOP refused to extend the financial help that keeps health coverage affordable for Americans. I'm Kristen Marks.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 79 points, the S&P 500 rose by 4 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 88 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Washington and 4 other states have filed a lawsuit against Zillow and Redfin.
The lawsuit claims the companies illegally colluded to dominate the online rental advertising market. The suit claims Zillow paid Redfin $100 million to get Redfin's listings of properties with 25 or more units. The lawsuit alleges the companies violated antitrust laws. I'm Brad Ford.
ICE agents are set to attend the 2026 Super Bowl.
It follows the announcement that Puerto Rican singer Bad Bunny is set to headline the halftime show. Department of Homeland Security advisor Corey Lewandowski said that there is nowhere you can provide safe haven to people in this country illegally. Last month, Bad Bunny told ID Magazine he's not performing in the U.S. during his forthcoming world tour due to, in part, concerns over ICE raids at his concerts. I'm Jim Roop.
The first number 24 jersey worn by Los Angeles Lakers legend Kobe Bryant has changed hands.
The jersey was recently sold for $889,000 at a Sotheby's auction. Bryant first wore that jersey on November 3rd, 2006 in a win over the Seattle Supersonics. The jersey's autographed and uniquely inscribed First 24 with authentication through photo matching to the Lakers' 2006 Media Day. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Walmart says they are removing synthetic food coloring from their store brands.
The nation's largest retailer announced Wednesday it's removing synthetic dyes and over 30 other ingredients from its private brand food and beverage products in the U.S. Walmart says the changes will roll out over the coming months. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
So in the Midwest and the Great Lakes, set to enjoy one last truly summer-like weekend. Yeah, we're going to be talking like highs in the 80s, even close to 90 for some areas. But hold on, the first sharp cold front of the fall arrives early next week. Could bring some much-needed showers and a few thunderstorms, but those highs will then be replaced with highs in maybe middle to upper 60s. So that'll be high temperatures, maybe close to or slightly actually below normal by the time we get to the middle and latter portions of next week. And I'm looking at the zone that encompasses Minnesota, all the way over to central New York, Pennsylvania, southward through Kentucky, West Virginia. Again, the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley region. 60s for highs coming our way next week. And you know what that means. If you're only highs in the 60s, going to see some of those overnight lows, likely 40s. More threats of frost in some areas. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, here in another couple of weeks, they're going to stop taking my name in vain, and they're going to be begging for heat when it gets down to 0 and below.
All right.
So, y'all just remember that. Don't be blaming me. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, Lordy. Well, does it say what the weather's going to be like in Albuquerque for this weekend through next week as far as the balloon fiesta goes? Do they have anything on that?
I can pull that up post-haste for you, let you know.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, well, whatever. Because, I mean, they're going to be burning a lot of hot air, a lot of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And the warmer it is, the more gas you're going to have to heat the balloon, because the hotter it is inside, the better it's going to take off. And if it's cool outside, in the mornings, I don't doubt they're going to have any issues. But, there's going to be a hell of a lot more hot air in Albuquerque for the next week than there'll be in D.C. at any given time.
So is that supposed to just say things get underway today or Saturday? When is it?
Saturday's going to be the official start.
Okay.
What will happen is today they will have the unofficial start, and it'll be launching from schools that are around town and around the city, and then there'll be one per school, and then I'm sure there'll be some volunteers that are just flying because they can. And then tomorrow, Saturday rather, will be the official beginning.
Okay. Well, you're looking. I'm looking at
it. Should be
each day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's about 80. They're saying 82 Friday, 82 Saturday, 78 Sunday, 80 Monday. So right about 80 degrees each day. Then you cool off a little bit. Let's say next week, 74 Tuesday, 71 Wednesday, 74 Thursday.
Well, of course, when they take off, the sun won't even think about coming up. They'll send out what they call, I can't even think of what they're called. But they'll send out about 5 or 6 balloons, and they'll be like the scouts. They'll go up and they'll say, okay, the winds are fine. We're good to go. Then they'll send word to the zebras, and the zebras get out there and blow their whistles. They look like referees. They're dressed as referees, and their faces are even painted in referee stripes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be exciting. It definitely is going to be exciting, that's for sure. Well, hell, talking about football, and they're talking about Texas A&M and Mississippi State. A&M tried losing their last 2 games. They tried hard, and they almost succeeded, but they snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat. I don't know. There's a lot of people out there that are giving A&M a lot of props, and all I can say is I'm really not seeing it. They got lucky the last 2 games. A&M did have more offense than what Auburn had last weekend. Offensive plays, time of possession, just running the ball, passing the ball. But they can't keep on playing like they've been doing because they also won the penalty war. They had 13 penalties, and Coach Elko says, you know what, for all you rich college players now, you can afford it. Anytime you screw up, we're going to put it in the vacation jar. So, he's tried everything else. So I guess after the season, he's going to have enough damn money where he and his family can go first class on a cruise, going out to the Bahamas, doing something. But yeah, I rather wish they would not rank any of these schools until after the 6th week. That way you have a good idea of what's going on. Hell, wasn't it Florida State that beat Alabama first game of the year?
Yeah.
Alabama was 8th, and Florida State wasn't even ranked. And now look at Florida State now. They're not doing very good, I don't think. So, yeah, they just need to stop ranking these teams, let them play, get 6 weeks under their belt, and then put numbers on them. Hell, you look at it right now, the SEC's got, 9 or 10 teams in the top 25? That's absolutely ridiculous. And I think what they're doing is they're ranking these teams in the SEC, knowing they're going to beat the hell out of each other. So that's going to give the other conferences a chance to move up. I don't know if that's shrewd planning on the polling people or what, but that's sure what it seems like to me. Oh, but anyways, let's see. What else was I going to yak about? Dadgummit. Having one of those old-timer things right about now that's called a
brain fart.
Brain fart.
Yep.
So, anyways, of course, as soon as I hang up the phone, I'll remember what it was, and it'll be like, oh, getting later in the show, other folks need to call in, so... But yeah, we're heading to Sin City, and hopefully we'll be heading home after that. It's going to be a good week. Oh yeah, talking about the EEOC. The company I work for is also an equal opportunity employer. We had a driver that is going around allegedly saying that he got fired for taking the meat out of the company refrigerator that they had grilled for the driver appreciation week. And I hate to tell them, but there was a note on the door saying, hey, if you want it, get it. It's yours. Now, what this particular gentleman would always want to get into a sleeper, because he would say, oh, I can't fit in a day cab. Well, how damn big are you? But, the rumor was he was taking a side piece, or his wife with him wherever he went. And I don't think that played into it, but he did mispull a trailer, which means he took it from one terminal to the other, and it was the wrong trailer. And he took a tractor that I had written up as being not roadworthy. Well, he didn't have any problem getting in and taking off with it. But it's like, have you never heard of a pre-trip? There's a booklet we got that we're supposed to write down. Hey, with it, this is what we got going on with this tractor. And if it's not in the tractor, that means the booklet's in the office waiting for someone to work on the damn thing. His excuse was, nah, nobody told me that. So I'm just waiting for him to go and try to file a grievance or a complaint against the company. But, I mean, he's already hung himself with his previous actions. And he would go ahead and yell out the word racists if no one would allow him to drive their tractors, especially the sleepers. Sleepers are supposed to be for the teams, and we have one extra truck for, in case one of the other two break down. Now we got another tractor there to take over. But, I mean, some of these people, they use that R word way too much, especially up there in Washington, D.C. And I think the bald-headed black guy that Eagle was talking about, I believe he was talking about Cory Booker. Does that sound about right? Opening his mouth and spewing.
That or Hakeem Jeffries, one of the two.
Oh, yeah. Well, Hakeem looks pretty good with a Mexican mustache and a sombrero. And they told him, we'll stop playing this video clip, when you go ahead and go with the clean resolution.
Yeah.
And again, why wouldn't you want to go with a clean resolution that would last at least until November 21st? That gives you more than enough time to talk about what you really want. And we know what the Democrats want. They want to spend money that ain't theirs. It's ours. And for as much as we gripe about the liberal group, they turn right around and they gripe just as much about us conservatives. So, you would love to drain the swamp, but unfortunately, the plug's not going to get pulled on several people. Like the woman out in California that could stop bird crap in midair, or the bartender that's just really an embarrassment to university that she allegedly graduated from, or the Muslim up there in Michigan that told her baby that we're going to impeach the MFer. Really, and Jasmine Crockett, that damn hood rat, can't even speak right. I mean, you would expect more. And who's that bald-headed black lady? Is that Presley? She was telling that one gentleman in the committee to keep Martin Luther King's name out of his mouth.
Okay.
And, I mean, he just like, you know what? You give us a gift, because this is exactly what we're talking about. Y'all taking away the freedom of speech and expression. Peaceful. Y'all want to do is complain, play the play the pity party, saying, that the conservatives are trying to censor everyone else, calling Trump the worst president ever, calling him a tyrant, calling him fascist. I wonder how many people on the left actually know what a fascist is. They can pronounce it pretty well, but if Trump was a tyrant and a fascist and was a enemy of free speech, he would be out there right now saying, you can't be on TV, you can't be on the radio, you can't print this. And he's not doing that because he respects that, everybody to get into a dialogue. It may not be what you want to hear, but it's what's happening. And, if Democrats truly want to figure out where all this hate and vitriolity is coming from, all they got to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Because when Charlie Kirk was murdered, what happened? Nothing.
Well, most said
there was no rioting.
He got what he had coming to him as far as the left was concerned. Yes. And no cities burned. Yeah, no stores looted. Yeah, law enforcement not attacked. And we'll return into Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty. Off to work we go on a Friday. Yeah, your drive's not nearly as long Friday as it is like throughout the week, is it, Philip?
No, I do 12 miles one way when I come to the store. It's just around the corner from the house. It's not too far.
Good.
When I go to Disney, it's 57 miles one way. So, yep. I do 114 mile turn on Disney, and Walmart I do 24 mile turn. That's what I do on it. So It's not that much. It's just around the corner. 12 miles ain't nothing to me. But I'm listening to Pappy, talking about, the tickets earlier. And, when these municipalities, like around me, they, when they got together, they didn't want to have their own law enforcement. What they did is they went to the county sheriffs, and the sheriffs put together a package that, hey, we'll provide it for this much per year. And that's what they do here. And even Disney does that. Law enforcement down there is done with Orange County and Osceola County sheriffs. Because a lot of these municipalities, they didn't want to put the money in a building, equipment, cars and all that stuff. And then you have to hire the staff on top of that. It's a business, like Pappy was talking about, just like anything else. It's a business, and they want to see a rate of return for their business. And the taxpayer is the one paying the bill, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
If they're paying for protection, they want to see that they're being protected. And that way of seeing that is guys issuing tickets for people acting the fool out here, That's just the way it is, and same way with the highway patrol. We wouldn't have a highway patrol if somebody wasn't stupid. We wouldn't have law enforcement if everybody would act right. And that's just the way it's come about, It's that way anywhere. And we just got to talk, that's just the way it is. That's how it works. And it sucks that you got a ticket, but you know what? You shouldn't have been driving 100 miles an hour down the interstate.
Right.
Last night I seen motorcycles driving down the middle between cars. It's one of them things. People just don't understand. You do stupid things, you get stupid consequences, and you pay stupid prices. This thing about the age discrimination, I do believe it is prevalent in a lot of businesses. I think it's funny that an insurance company has been outed about it. You know what I would like to do? I would like to get the name of that insurance company and publicize it, because, that there's a lot of people out here that are elderly that can do the job just as good as a 30 or 20-year-old, and especially in trucking. There's a lot of older guys out there that they've got a lot of knowledge. They've been around through all this stuff, that can do it. But the problem we've got nowadays, Steve, is nobody wants to drive a truck anymore. There is no tradesman out there. Trade jobs are down big time. I don't know if you've been watching the news or not, but the news they've been talking about it a lot here lately, that they can't get plumbers. They can't get electricians. They can't get masons. And the trucking industry is going through the same woes. These kids, they want to stay behind a computer in an office and be a nice, comfy area. Well, what would you trade that for being inside a truck away from wherever your house is and, and dealing with the frustration of a time schedule? No, these kids want a no stress-free type thing now. That's what they want. Well, you know what? It sucks. But when you need your little thing from Amazon, somebody's got to haul it to Amazon. And you can't put the train right up to the warehouse all the time. You know what I mean? And you can't put you can't put the train right at your house, or the airplane can't land in your driveway and get you your package. It's got to get to from that airport to wherever it's going, and it's on a truck. I'm sorry, it sucks, but that's just the way it works. And people need to be a little bit more respectful toward truck drivers and delivery drivers, because they're under a lot of time restraints. Think about this, Steve. You buy a package from Amazon, and you go through all these things of, like, tracking it. Oh, my package is around the corner. I can see it's around the corner. It's going. I'm going to be next. I'm going to be next. Did we have that back in the 70s?
No way.
No.
I mean, modern technology, when it comes to that, is amazing. But, hey, we paused there. TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance and support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. But agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it here on a Friday morning, rolling into the weekend. First weekend here in October. Yeah, we left off with Philip there, talking about tracking packages. Yeah, my wife, she'll pull up the Amazon. She's got the app, and she'll say, my package is out, and it's 3 stops away. It should be here in a few minutes. It's like, good golly, they track it down to that. You know you're 3 stops away.
When I used to work LTL, and before I got out of it, when I worked in LTL, my phone was blowed up all the time. It got to the point where I had to tell my employer, I'm getting a new phone. You're not getting my number. Because it was just constantly, are you here? Are you there? Truck drivers and delivery drivers, pickup and delivery drivers, everybody is put through such a time constraint. Where are you at? Well, you've got a GPS. You can see where I'm at nowadays, and they didn't have that hounding thing back in the 70s and the 80s. It was like, hey, it gets there when it gets there. You're going to have to deal with it. We didn't have a lot of next day air back in the day, but getting back to that, discrimination on an age, I think it's everywhere, Steve. It ain't just in truck driving. I'm just glad that somebody has brought it out, that insurance companies are involved with it. Because you know what? We need to bring that out into the general public now and let everybody know there is no EOE no more. It's the way it is. You think do you think the Army or the Navy, Steve, is going to take a 69-year-old man into service nowadays?
No.
No. and that's just the way it is, because they know their physical ability is not there. All right. We talk about retention levels. When we get older, they go down. There's all kinds of things that deteriorate the older you get. And but there's a lot of guys out there that are smart and have a lot of wits, guys and girls, that can do it. And they have the wit and the mind still about them. But, it's all over the place. The young kids dominate. I'm sorry. It's just the way nature built it, but it is what it is, With your government shutdown, Steve, did you hear they're going to start shutting down parts of NASA?
I know a lot of the research programs. So I guess they got to keep control of the International Space Station. They got to monitor satellites, but there's a lot that they don't have to do, right?
Absolutely. And one of them is cut the grass. We can stop those big fancy tractors that the government pays for to cut the grass down there out there at Cape Canaveral. We can stop certain maintenance professionals that need to maintain certain things. We can shut them down too. Now, if you go on your fancy Kennedy Space Center tour, that's still available. There's an outside company that runs that, and that's not governmentally funded. So that, if you want to go down and look at the rockets and all that stuff, but don't mind if the grass is a little high outside the building. Don't mind if the streets aren't paved up as nice as they should be. That's what's going to happen with all that infrastructure stuff, because they're only going to put essential employees in there. Like you said earlier, the ISS, they have to keep those folks up there because they have people's lives depending on them being at work. Now, if they get paid or not, that's the question, like the air traffic controllers and TSA and that kind of stuff. That's the questionable stuff. Will they come to work? Absolutely. If they know they got to take care of somebody's life, I'm pretty sure they're going to come to work. But, it's one of those things you got to look at. We got to get this stuff together. If government was instituted to, be self-reliant, somebody has to pay the bills. And that the person paying the bills is us. And when the government is shut down, our taxes don't stop. Now, do they, Steve?
No,
Does your taxes stop?
Nope.
When the government shuts down? Absolutely not. You still got to pay taxes. Federal, it's taken out of your paycheck, right, each week? So there better be some rate of return. And that's the point I want to make even earlier about law enforcement. There is no rate of return and accountability now in the United States. and that's something we need to pay attention to. And with that, I'll say y'all have a good weekend, and I'll talk to y'all next week. Thank you.
All right, good to have you checking in here on Friday. There you go. Let me see. Jim, what's happening, Jim?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? I listen all the time. I just don't call in. What kind of hot shot circuit do they have for fuel cleaner for cars? Gasoline?
Well, that would be the gasoline extreme would go on the gas side, and then if on the oil side, you can use the hot shots. The stick shift eliminator is fine for gas engines and diesel engines. That's on the oil side.
All right. Yeah, you can get that at O'Reilly's?
I know you can get, let me see, the stick shift eliminator you can get in a lot of different places. O'Reilly's carries a lot of different products. They probably have the gasoline extreme.
All right. That's all I needed then. Thank you.
All right. It's been a while since you checked in there, but I appreciate you dialing us up this Friday. There you go, Jim. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, 57. Up and at 'em here, right? Copy in the mail. Go Navy. There's Gary checking in this early Friday. 62 degrees here in southwest Ohio. As far as Philip mentioned, the military. Right on the heels of that speech from Pete Hegseth earlier this week. The word is from the retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer. This past day in an interview, he said the U.S. military is right now undergoing a renaissance, citing a recruitment surge and a renewed focus on lethality over politics, as we know. He said the recruitment numbers speak for themselves. We've already met the numbers for this year, and we're going to meet them for next year rapidly. I think what we're seeing right now is a renaissance. It's much like the buildup that came in the 80s after President Ronald Reagan came in. It's very similar, he says. With the Department of War recently renamed from the Department of Defense under the executive order from President Trump, reporting that the armed services recruited 12.5% more people in fiscal year 24 than in the previous year. The director of military accession policy, speaking at a Pentagon panel on recruiting, that the armed services increased their intake from 200,000 in fiscal 2023 to 225,000 in fiscal year 24, which ended September 30th. She added that written contracts rose by 35%, and the delayed entry program began fiscal year 2025 with a 10% larger pool of recruits. Every branch of the armed services met or exceeded the recruitment goals for fiscal 25, ending years of recruitment struggles. This is a significant turnaround, he says, driven by a combination of new policy and incentives, targeted programs, and broader economic factors. He added the revival is also tied to a renewed emphasis on the military's primary function. The idea here is to reestablish lethality as the primary lead of our capability. And Secretary of War Pete Hegseth even said that at the beginning of his talk. The military's job is to kill people, break things, hold terrain and domains. That's it. To be a social petri dish is not in our nature. That's why it's important. We are going back to the basics, as he put it. And it's a Friday morning, 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back at it here. And back to the calls. And happy Friday, Vic.
Hey, happy Friday to you there too, Steve. I was saying that you're talking about Casual Friday. This is just kind of a wild thought that came there. They were advertising. Remember that Japan or somebody's making these companion robots or whatever, or blow-up dolls or something for these people. And I was just thinking that some of those gender dysphoria people, they should be able to get a set of fraternal twins, and then maybe they can decide what they really are or what they should be. But on a more serious subject, on this shutdown, did you happen to see that interview today with Speaker Johnson, to where he was going through all the different things that they had in that one big beautiful bill, and they thought it was settled, and all the things that the Democrats were trying to take out now on this continuing resolution. But he just pretty well listed everything. And I mentioned the other night there, it looked to me like that the Democrats are just trying to, they lost out, and the one big beautiful bill got passed, and now they're trying to kind of take the second bite at the apple there and through this government shutdown. And the big thing is, when they shut the government down, the government's so heavily involved within our society anymore that there's a lot that happens, and I think most of the USDA reports, they're going to basically come to an end. And the one thing I like to watch is Commitment of Traders. I doubt that's going to be out today, and everything just keeps going on and on and on. And another thing I was going to ask you, I made a comment about these non-domiciled drivers there on the government regulations page, and then today I don't know if you've seen the national news, they were commenting about that we actually had people out here without names, the no-name drivers on the CDLs, and some of the national people are kind of shocked, and they pointed out that was in strict violation of the government. You know, you have to be identified for the CDL, and then they went on to point out all the security risks that went with that, because they could get, you know, into harbors and other things. So I found that a little bit interesting that these no-name drivers had even reached the national news and a part of that concern. And the other thing is that you were talking about on these all these different companies that popped up. Somehow, some way, some of these companies that they could get government money back, supposedly for loads they lost out on. I don't know if that had a effect on these new drivers, new trucking companies popping up, and you know, now they're, I guess, got the government money or whatever, and they're going to be dropping out. But it's just all those different things that just keep working into this stuff because of the government intrusion into society, or basically pretty much taking over society. And Trump was beginning to turn that around. And another thing I've seen yesterday was that the Democrats had spent $45 million, I think it was, to figure out why they were losing the young male crowd and trying to turn that around. And I immediately thought of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point. You can see why somebody wanted to make sure that he wasn't around anymore, because he was getting to that crowd and not spending the type of money they were. So just kind of a hodgepodge of things there that was going on. And and the other thing that with Hicks is I really hope he can get the attitude turned around in the military, because way back when some genius in the government said we're going to fight all these little wars all around the world, and that will eventually bleed the communist nations dry. Well, I think it did a lot of damage to us, and not to really concentrate a lot on the Vietnam War, but that was one serious, that did serious damage, and it just still goes on and on and on. And we lost the war in the halls of Congress, basically because of things they wouldn't let us do. And I just keep thinking about different things. And I remember that they said they couldn't use B-58. That was the first supersonic Hustler made by Convair. They're out of, I think, Fort Worth, Texas. And the reason they said, well, we can't use that because all those pilots are nuclear. You know, they're trained nuclear codes and all this other type of stuff. And if one of them got shot down, that would jeopardize our security. But what they wanted to use them for, something called Operation Bullseye, they had some of the earliest, really, what you call look-down radar at the time. And they could basically pick out targets and still stay at a high altitude. And they could be there and gone before the SAMs could shoot them down. And the way they were doing it, the fighters would have to go down and look for a target. And when they did that, the SAMs would lock onto them. And basically what would happen, they could have had two plane types of planes flying at two different levels. And after the B-58s went over, they could have given the targets to the fighter jets, and they could have taken them out. And they could have taken out a lot of targets, although there were a lot of silly targets that they were sending fighter pilots after. So that's just one example. And if you look at that, like I said, Vietnam War was, if you want to know how not to fight a war, just study the Vietnam War. And that's how not to fight a war. And that has kind of continued on down through so many different things. I mean, I think I've mentioned before, the fighter pilots would fly over the North Vietnamese airfields, but they weren't allowed to hit the planes on the ground. They had to allow them to come up and basically engage them in combat. I mean, that's just how ridiculous that stuff was. So I hope I hope Hegseth can get rid of all those people and basically the Afghanistan withdrawal. I don't know if that one, what that was, a Marine colonel that said some people should have gotten fired or something. He was from Cincinnati. I don't know if he ever got released or unpunished or whatever, but I don't know if the generals or anybody ever resigned over it. So that's just how bad that the military leadership got.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it's just, as we look at society, America is really not. I've seen Duke called us a paper tiger and NATO a paper tiger a day or two ago. So to try to restore your reputation and make people respect and fear you, it's going to be a long, hard journey. And this nonsense with the shutdown, it really isn't doing us any good. And whenever Johnson went over all that today, he pointed out that the Democrats were actually cutting care for rural hospitals and a whole lot of other things that was affecting the budget, and they've shut down the budget cutting process. So there's a lot more to that shutdown. I think it's more politically motivated than any other reason, because who in the world would want to bring criminals into the country and pay them before you let our actual military people go begging? So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Good to hear from you, Vic. And I don't know either side of the aisle who actually benefits as the shutdown goes on. And I mean, the frustration of the people saying, you've got one job, fund the government. All right, we were talking earlier this week and several times in recent weeks about crop prices, how low, the price for soybeans, farmers struggling, China not purchasing any soybeans from the United States. What to do? Well, President Trump said he's planning to use some tariff revenue from our imports to aid the soybean farmers being hurt by the economic fallout from this trade fight with China. Posting on Truth Social, the soybean farmers of our country are being hurt because China is, for negotiating reasons only, not buying. We've made so much money on tariffs. We're going to take a small portion of that money and help our farmers, he says. The administration is considering providing up to $14 billion in aid, according to Politico. The money would come out of an internal U.S. Department of Agriculture account, although just $4 billion currently is left in that account. The trade war with China prompting the world's top soybean buyer to shun us in rather buying from the country of Brazil right now. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock injector cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day with no end in sight.
The finger-pointing continues while many government workers remain locked out of their offices. A second attempt to pass a House spending bill failed in the Senate Wednesday. Some federal workers say there's been confusion over who is furloughed and who must still report to work. Members of Congress do get paid during a shutdown, but some members are asking that their checks be withheld until the government reopens. I'm Rory O'Neill.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says he has not heard from the White House since meeting with Trump on Monday.
Jeffries said on CNN that Trump has been behaving somewhat erratically and in an unconventional fashion in the context of the government shutting down. Jeffries added that Democrats are ready to work together to bring it back open, but in the way of a spending agreement that is bipartisan. Funding measures from both sides of the aisle were shot down on Wednesday. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The partial government shutdown will impact air travel.
Federal flight operations continue during the shutdown. However, aviation safety expert and pilot Steve Cowell says while most FAA employees will work without pay, some will call off.
As the shutdown continues on, we'll get some delays due to the staffing adjusting for the decreased number of controllers, and they will space the airplanes out to keep everybody nice and safe.
Cowell says there is the concern that workers who controllers rely on to maintain equipment are furloughed, so the hope is that the system continues to function smoothly. Karen Curtis, Miami.
President Trump is defending his decision to deploy the National Guard to Portland.
According to the president, he had no choice but to deploy troops over the protests of local officials and referred to the city as a never-ending disaster. The War Department authorized 200 members of Oregon's National Guard after Trump said he would send troops to protect the city and an ice facility. The state of Oregon, as well as the city of Portland, have sued the administration in an effort to block the deployment of troops to the city. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
South Dakota's early detection cancer screenings are back on track after the CDC stepped in with funding through next June.
The All Women Count program provides vital services like pap smears and mammograms for women who meet certain age and income requirements. Over 1,500 women were screened in 2024. Public health advocates say consistent long-term funding is the key, especially for rural areas where the cost of screenings can be up to 5 times higher. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The life and legacy of Charlie Kirk is inspiring a new generation of conservatives. One of them is Carlos de la Cruz, who has announced a run for Congress in San Antonio.
Charlie was encouraging young people to go to church, to get married, and to have kids, and I was sickened by his assassination.
The owner of a kickboxing gym, served in both Iraq and Afghanistan with the Air Force, and says that veteran care is a priority of his campaign. If he's elected, it will create a unique situation in Congress, as he is the brother of sitting Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz. The Los Angeles City Council does not want city workers taking outside jobs enforcing immigration operations.
Wednesday's 14-0 vote instructs city staff to prepare an ordinance that would prohibit city employees from working for federal agencies involved in immigration enforcement. The police union is not providing any guidance on that motion. LAPD officers would be the city employees most likely to take on side jobs in immigration enforcement. I'm Phil Hewlett.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, to get that final hour off and rolling here on a Friday, 3rd day of October. Which means we are just a couple days away from the first supermoon of 2025. Here, the harvest moon, the full harvest moon. The full phase of the full moon, 11:48 p.m. Eastern Time on October 6th. So rolling into October the 7th, when the moon will be positioned opposite the sun in the evening sky. This month's full moon, called the harvest moon because it rises closest to the autumnal equinox, when farmers historically would work under the light of the moon to bring in the last of the summer's bounty before the weather turned. Of course, this month's full moon occurs as the natural satellite approaches its closest point to Earth in its monthly orbit, giving rise to the dramatic supermoon that will appear slightly larger than usual in the night sky. Viewers in the U.S. will be treated to a spectacular view of the harvest moon when it rises over the eastern horizon at sunset October 6th. The supermoon will appear particularly imposing around moonrise. The effect is called the moon illusion. If you've ever seen when the moon first beginning to rise, it looks gigantic. It tricks our brain into believing that it's larger than when it's directly overhead, where you don't have any foreground objects for reference. All right, so that is always spectacular. You can catch it at moonrise. It's awesome. Meanwhile, mainstream media. Boy, people just don't seem to trust the mainstream media. And it's not something new. The approval among Americans across party lines has sunk to a record low, according to a Gallup poll released this past day. The poll of 1,000 U.S. adults, taken September the 2nd through the 16th, found that just 28% expressed a great deal or a fair amount of trust in newspapers, television, radio, to report the news fully, accurately, and fairly. It's down from 31% last year. It was 40% 5 years ago. The first time trust has dropped below 30% in the poll's history. Meanwhile, 70% of respondents said they either have not very much confidence, that was 36%, or none at all, at 34% in the media. Republicans' confidence, which hasn't risen above 21% in 10 years, is now in the single digits at 8% for the first time. Independents' trust was just 27%, equal to last year's record low. Among Democrats, 51% express trust in the media. That actually ties a record low set in 2016. When Gallup began measuring trust in the news media back in the 1970s, at a time anywhere from 68 and 72% of Americans expressed confidence in reporting. By the next reading in 1997, public confidence had fallen to 53%. Media trust remained just above 50% until it dropped to 44% back in 2004. It has not returned to a majority level ever again. The highest reading in the past decade was 45% in 2018, which came just 2 years after confidence had collapsed amid the divisive 2016 presidential campaign. And there's also a generational divide in media trust. In the most recent analysis, data from 2023 to this year, 43% of adults aged 65 and older expressed some confidence in the media, compared with no more than 28% in any of the other three younger age groups. Way down. It's 11 past the hour. Blind man. I'm sure he has all kinds of trust in the mainstream media. What's up, blind man?
Next week I'm going to get that metal pipe up the chimney, get that taken care of once and for all, and I'll be in compliance with the People's Republic of Maryland again.
There you go.
And also, I got a couple other things going medically. I got a guy running interference for me, so we are getting things done. And I've been following what's been going on in Iowa, Des Moines to be exact, where this so-called superintendent turned out to be nothing but an illegal alien.
Isn't that something?
That was really something, and I wonder if the city officials are embarrassed and will prevent something like this from ever happening again. It's just incredible. This guy made himself into a doctor or something and had all these so-called degrees that were all fake, and he was nothing. He was going to get deported as well.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if these people in Des Moines are embarrassed enough now.
You almost think they have
to prevent this from happening again.
And how was he able to go through all? I mean, when you're talking, especially the educational system, to become a teacher and then a principal, I mean, the background checks they have to go to. You don't want bad people in the schools with your children. And this guy made it all the way to superintendent.
Yeah, I mean, nobody did a background check on him. They took his word that he was so-called legit. You'd think the people would do a background check.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible. I hope the people in Des Moines are embarrassed, but I don't think they will be. I mean, that's the blue area of the state. So who knows what else is going on in Des Moines?
Yeah, it's just. I was totally astounded when they finding out that he had weapon charges, he had final deportation orders, to get out of the country. I mean, he had been sent back at one point in time, and he came back into the country again illegally.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, you got to do some tighter screening if you're going to hire anybody now.
Yeah.
Check their background. Make sure they're legit, not making something up.
Right. Yeah, you can't. I mean, people willing to put anything on a piece of paper and turn it in. If you don't do any checks, this is what you end up with.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the city of Des Moines cleans up that mess.
Right. Yeah, I think yesterday Horse Feathers had sent me a little blurb from a Facebook post, and he said, "Is this real? How does this happen?" Yeah, we hadn't really even delved into that. It's been on the news in recent days, but that school district superintendent arrested by ICE had lied about attending MIT. He was the subject of 2 sex discrimination lawsuits. 51-year-old snappy dresser Eon Andre Roberts, fired by Des Moines Public Schools after it emerged he was working illegally and had actually been avoiding a deportation order. He spent over 20 years bouncing around this country's education system, holding top posts, they tell us, from coast to coast. But he also proved controversial. A former colleague in the state told the Post, quote, "He ruined our district for over 3 years. He was very smooth, affable, but the overreaching feeling you got from him was smoke and mirrors." He's also rumored to have been caught having sex with a female coworker on school property at his previous role as a superintendent somewhere in rural Pennsylvania back in 2020 to 2023. Former colleagues claimed that Roberts was a sketchy guy, a pathological liar. They said they felt he was hired because of his diversity, equity, and inclusion bona fides, and claimed once on the job, he didn't do much of anything. Another source said he was a player. He liked the women. Another who knew Roberts but asked not to be identified. Another expressed concerns to the school board in Pennsylvania at the time that this guy might not be a legal resident based on some of his casual comments that he had made, but their concern was ignored at the time. Reports indicate Roberts has not been legally allowed to work in the U.S. For at least 5 years when his employment authorization expired, originally from Guyana. Roberts had been ordered to be deported during the Biden administration, amazingly. Arrested by ICE on September 26 after attempting to flee officers, where he was found hiding in the brush. The school-owned vehicle that he was driving contained a fixed-blade hunting knife, a loaded Glock 19 firearm, and $3,000 in cash. Since then, it has emerged that he had faked pretty much all of his credentials. According to the Des Moines School District website, the slick supervisor earned an MBA at MIT's Sloan School of Management. However, a spokesperson for the elite school said they have no record of such. He also claimed that he attended Harvard and Georgetown. He hadn't done any of this stuff. Just smooth operator, as they say.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, it's one of those things that happens from time to time, and cruise ships are notorious. Somebody gets on board, not feeling well. Kind of sick at the stomach, They got the norovirus. Next thing you know, they're passing it around to one passenger after another. And then some start referring to it as the barf boat. Everybody's got the vomiting and diarrhea. Nearly 100 passengers and crew aboard the Royal Caribbean cruise ship that docked in Florida this past day had fallen ill with the norovirus, according to the CDC. The outbreak occurred on the Serenade of the Seas. It was a 13-day voyage that departed San Diego on September 19, docked in Miami this past day. After having made stops in Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia. As of the CDC's most recent update, 94 passengers and 4 crew had reported symptoms of acute gastroenteritis. Dieting, diarrhea, vomiting. Royal Caribbean said they had taken a number of steps in response to the outbreak, ramped up cleaning and disinfection protocols, isolating ill individuals. Yeah, we know norovirus, highly contagious. It spreads easily through contaminated food, surfaces, close contact with affected individuals. In a situation where you've got people, going from one machine to the casinos, notorious for passing it around. The elevator buttons, the handrails, doors, you name it. At one point last week, I know that someone that was actually on that cruise said they had stopped allowing people to get their own food at the buffet lines. Nobody touching the utensils. You'd have to put your plate under and let them put the food on the plate for you because you didn't want to be touching the spoons and all that. All right, the CDC stresses the importance of early reporting of symptoms to the onboard medical staff. Yeah, wash your hands, they say. This is actually apparently the third norovirus outbreak on a Royal Caribbean ship this year. I think they had 5% of passengers that had actually come down ill. If I understand the guidelines on any cruise ship, once 2% of the passengers report feeling ill, you have to report it to the CDC, which they did, and ultimately 5% of passengers. Good times, huh? Nope. Hey, Buster, what's happening?
Hi, Steve. A good day. Getting ready to start a vacation. My wife's nephew's a field goal kicker for Army, and they're playing at Birmingham Saturday morning at 11 o'clock. So check that out, and go on down to Orange Beach / Gulf Shores for 2 days, and then open my brother's house in Fort Walton Beach. And then head back home with my wedding anniversary on October 10th, number 44.
Huh.
So good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm signing up my vacations right now as I speak because I'm the most senior driver. So they start picking vacations October 1st. So I'm signing up for the same week next year. I find that to be off around these type of events is pretty neat after a hard life of working. They was talking about the age discrimination. Being now the number one driver in K-Town because everybody took the buyout. I do feel kind of funny that I am now the premier, and I know that I'm very bit more than the norm on physical fitness with my lifestyle being a park ranger and all that jazz before I got the drive for Buster Brown.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm blessed. But it's amazing how many people took the buyout. $1,800. For every year you work there, if you've been over 20, 25, and after that, what do you get? Taxes. You may be lucky you get $40,000, $45,000.
Yeah,
I don't think it's worth it myself.
I never saw any updates. What were the numbers? Did they have a decent number that took it?
Oh, you ain't gonna get no numbers because why would they give? Now you get this. The guy who does our clerk work at night, the lookups on, he told me last night. He said he thinks they're going to do another one. They couldn't get us first ones because we're smarter than that because we know we gave 110% for decades, and I've never been injured. Thank you, Jesus. I told somebody asked me what I would take. I said, I think I'm worth $10,000 for every year I've worked there just because I've never signed a good union list that says I can't work over 9.5 hours, and I've never been injured. So, and I love my company. I love what I've done for 40 years. So maybe they will offer me $5,000 or $10,000, but still I'm not going to do it, Steve. I want to get on that new medical division and deliver medical in these little vans, I guess, to people's homes. That's be kind of a neat thing to do in my 7th decade, starting next year in 2026. But Steve, we're going to see each other, I think, sometime this fall, winter. You wouldn't believe he's supposed to have sent you an email or something in the last 5 hours. I had delivered to one of these nice cabins that were built, and the guy sold it to some gentleman out in Cincinnati. And he's in the radio business. Had his start was with your father, and he took a picture of your business card that I carry in my billfold.
Yeah,
for hot sauce sleeping. So you'll be getting something in the mail of this, and very nice thing. His wife is still actively working, he said, but he's semi-retired, and he was just laughing up a storm that I had your picture in my billfold.
You don't remember a name or?
I slightly do, but I don't want to say it over the air.
Okay.
But he's got everybody's phone numbers.
Okay.
Now he has mine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be and I told him, I said, remember now, Princess's birthday is on the 15th and Steve's on the 18th.
Okay.
But I expect next time that there's that you guys are going to come down to the Smokies. That this is I'm going to be telling him he's got some more stuff coming in the mail. But I'm going to make sure that you're on his next time he has a dinner party. And I said I won't come too. Even if I have to work the dinner party.
Okay.
But
I'll wait to see who that is. All right. Thank you so much, Buster. Hey, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. TEL360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The partial government shutdown has entered its second day.
After the shutdown commenced just after midnight Wednesday, lawmakers held procedural votes on two competing funding measures, which both failed. The shutdown is likely to last until at least Friday, as senators have left town in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. House Speaker Mike Johnson took to social media to declare Democrats have officially voted to close the government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Border Patrol says they are going to operate normally during the federal government shutdown.
20,000 Border Patrol agents are working as they wait for the back pay from the end of the current shutdown. But agents continue to report for duty and protect America regardless of the failures in the legislative branch and the politics in Washington. The gridlock in Congress is forcing thousands of agents to risk their lives without pay, even as assaults against officers have skyrocketed. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory
factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It was all about Region 2 in Michigan last weekend. Superfarm superstar Shane Maston continued his domination of the class, while Superfarms were one of 3 classes pulling double duty over the weekend, along with the modifieds and the two-wheel drives. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the new voice of the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The weekend started with hooks Friday and Saturday at the St. Joseph County Grange Fairgrounds in Centerville, Michigan. Jeff Montgomery drove Busted Knuckles to the win Friday night in the limited Superstocks, putting 12 feet on the field. 9 minis took to the track Friday, with Dusty Price piloting Bacon Bits Cruiser to the top spot, putting 11 feet on the field. And rounding out the top 3 in the mini class was Art Mendez with Scratchin' for Traction taking second, while Triple Play Double or Nothing rounding out the podium. Moving to Superfarms Friday, Kevin McGault slowed Shane Maston's domination just a little on his Green Energy machine, taking it to the win with a hook of 317. Thumpin' Pumpkin with Maston took second 5 feet behind, and Rob Gervin rounding out the top 3 on last call. Pro Stock diesel trucks had the top 5 all within 7 feet. The top 3 were Robert Widman and Boosted going 320, Big Red with Eric Widman piloted to second place, and on top of the hook of 326.37, Christian Koning and the Barn Find. Saturday in Superfarm, Shane Maston closed the gap to only 3 feet behind Green Energy, who once again held the top spot. Maston on Thumpin' Pumpkin again in second, and Crop Doctor with John Silsby taking third. Modifieds had Mr. Twister on top by 16 feet over Totally Fried and Nathan Fry, and 45 feet better than Double Dose Plus One with Wayne Kreider in the seat. Two-wheel drives had Brett Sechrist in third with Nothing Easy About It. Chad Mayhill piloted one of his 2 trucks into second with P5, and Kyler Mayhill putting on Old Blue on top of the field. Moving to Hillsdale on Sunday, we started with Superfarms, a class of 14 tractors hooked, and the top 10 all going over 330 feet, and the top 5 all over 340 feet. Coming in 5th was Stan Warda and Hammering Hank. 4th was Brooke Michael Ferris and Absolutely Nuts. Brooke Harley Ferris had Assorted Nuts going to 3rd place with 344. Green Energy of Kevin McNult took the 2nd place at 348. And on top again this season was Shane Maston in his home state on Thumpin' Pumpkin going an astonishing 364.585 feet, putting 16 feet on second. Moving to the modifieds, the NTPA sled put the field to work with only the top 3 hitting the 300-foot mark. Coming in 3rd was Kevin Giroux with Wild Times. In 2nd was Caden Fry with Totally Fried for the 2nd time in his mini nights. And on top was Scott Tedder from Marion, Indiana, with Mr. Twister going 351.805. The two-wheel drives finished off the hook with a Buckeye taking the win in the Wolverine State. After winning the night before, 5th was Old Red and Kyler Mayhill. 4th was Jeff Webb on Wildfire. In 3rd, it was Brian Grifka with Apple Pie Express. 2nd went to Purdy in the Pink and Hannah Shepard, with Brett Sechrist and Nothing Easy About It picking up the win after an impressive pull of 341.645. Region 2 continues to hook when they travel to the Fairfield County Fairgrounds in Lancaster, Ohio, October 6th. 4 classes will be hitting the track with two-wheel drives, light pro stocks, classic super stock tractors, and modifieds. Get results, schedules, and more at ntpapoll.com. As we wrap up the NTPA Overnight Report for this first week of October 2025, everybody at the National Tractor Pullers Association would like to send a heartfelt thank you to John Dunlap and his many years of service at the National Tractor Pullers Association. For more on the National Tractor Pullers Association, follow us on social media at NTPA or get us anytime at ntpapoll.com, including results and schedules. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter.
All righty, what else in the mix here? So we know President Trump, he loves to troll the Democrats, where he's been He has shared several memes this week. The Hakeem Jeffries wearing the sombrero and the big mustache, which he really got bent out of shape over that, and Trump just kind of doubled down on it, the following day. But he, I guess, continues to somewhat troll the Democrats as a whole by posting, quote, "I can't believe the radical Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They're not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again." Signed, President DJT. What he's talking about is, according to the report here, anyone near the Oval Office this week could hear the sound of a chainsaw revving up as President Trump prepared to turn left-wing programs into a pile of kindling. In a pair of social media posts, he shared his glee that the federal government shutdown, engineered by congressional Democrats, that gives him an unfettered opportunity to rid the federal government of programs whose demise was long overdue. In one post, he said, Republicans must use this opportunity of Democrat forced closure to clear out the deadwood, the waste, and fraud. Billions of dollars can be saved. Make America great again. He followed that post this past day with a note that he's sharpening his axe. He said, I have a meeting today with Russ Vought to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, that he recommends to cut, whether or not these cuts will be temporary or permanent. Vought is the White House budget director. He was quoted as having told legislators on Wednesday that what the Times called mass layoffs targeting federal workers are imminent. Trump's approach to the shutdown was captured in a One America News Network post in a video clip where he was asked about firing federal workers. He said, well, there could be firings, and that's their fault. It could also be other things. I mean, we could cut projects that they wanted, and they'd be permanently cut. A lot of people are saying Trump wanted this, that I wanted this closing. I didn't want it, but a lot of people are saying it because I'm allowed to cut things that should never have been approved in the first place, and I probably will do that. So I guess one of those things is what was announced this past day, the Department of Energy announcing that they are canceling some 223 clean energy projects tied to the Biden administration, saving taxpayers more than $7.5 billion. They terminated 321 financial awards connected to the projects after a thorough review. According to the press release, Department of Energy said the projects did not advance U.S. energy needs. They were not economically viable and offered no return for the taxpayer. These were spread across numerous agencies, Department of Energy offices, including clean energy demonstrations, energy efficiency and renewable energy, grid deployment, manufacturing and energy supply chains. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said many of the awards were rushed through during the lame duck Biden months, those final weeks of his administration. On day one, the Energy Department began the critical task of reviewing billions of dollars in financial awards that were rushed through in those final months of the Biden administration with inadequate documentation by any reasonable business standard. They confirmed that 26% of the canceled awards, valued at $3.1 billion, were handed out between Election Day and Inauguration Day. They did not list which projects were scrapped, But they did announce, after the White House budget chief Russ Vought said nearly $8 billion in green new scam funding to fuel the left's climate agenda is being canceled. He did list states where projects were being terminated: California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and several others. All those states, except for New Hampshire and Vermont, run by Democrat governors. And each of them voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. Back in May, Wright issued a memo tightening the standards for federal energy spending. Each award is now reviewed case by case for waste, security risks, and economic value. Under those rules, the terminated projects simply did not make the cut. Now, any of those award recipients will now have 30 days to appeal. Some of the projects included in the announcement have already begun that process, they say. But they tell us more reviews are underway and more cancellations indeed may be forthcoming. All right, so there you have it. Meanwhile, other industry headlines. Get them off the road, all right? Coming into this country with a visa, the privilege of driving a truck for a living. But then actually being a delivery mule for the cartels. Customs and Border Protection arresting a truck driver, canceled his visa after finding a large amount of cocaine hidden in the car hauler at a Calexico, California border crossing. Officials say the male driver of the tractor trailer pulling the car hauler entered the Calexico East Port of Entry commercial facility, told Customs and Border Protection he was headed for Pomona, California to collect vehicles for transport to Mexicali, Mexico. Based on initial observations, the vehicle was referred for a secondary inspection, a non-intrusive inspection using X-ray technology, revealing anomalies, as they say, in the call hauler. Leveraging advanced imaging technology, a positive canine alert, and physical inspection techniques, officers uncovered 70 packages containing a white powdery substance concealed in the trailer. Field test confirmed cocaine. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, as well as Homeland Security, investigations contacted, which was accepted for federal prosecution. The cocaine was seized, the tractor and the car hauler were seized, the driver taken into custody. The driver's visa now canceled, and he faces federal drug smuggling charges. All right, real quick, like, who we got on board there? Is that the anonymous hippopotamus?
Hey, thanks for taking me back real quick, Your Honor. Did you just say something about more cancellation or something like that at the end of that statement there about the programs?
More cancellations will be forthcoming, correct.
Does that mean we're canceling the governor in Maryland? More cancellation? All right. We've been waiting for that for I don't know how long here. Cancel more. That's what we need, to cancel more, because he's jumping up and down. He's losing all his federal money, Your Honor. The state's going to be bankrupt without all this federal money anymore. And so he's come up with the idea, we're raising taxes, we're raising vehicle registration, we're raising fines. Of course, you read something there about all the stuff that happened on the 1st of October there about the speed cameras and stuff. But there's also other infractions that are being enforced there, going to be enforced for reckless driving, and it's all on graduated speed. So I don't remember if you touched on that at all or not, but there's actually jail time involved now with reckless driving. So better be on your P's and Q's here when you're coming through the little state of Maryland there, because they're looking to shake you. They're looking to shake you down, and if they can't shake enough out of you, they're going to throw you into the pokey. But they're gonna get it one way or another. So they actually went after the people with historic tags. There's been a rash of people finding out that they can register their vehicles very cheaply with a historic tag that's supposed to be used to go to shows and stuff like that, and using them for their daily drivers, but they get the cheap historic insurance and that. So they actually passed a law that says that only vehicles 1999 and older can carry a historic tag. They figure they're going to cut out at least 1/3 of the historic tag registrations, because when the historic tag registration expires, they're no longer going to be able to renew it. They're going to have to go back to the regular state tags, and state of Maryland there, you get one vehicle inspection when the vehicle's purchased. So if you don't have a current inspection on file, you'll have to get the car inspected, which is normally somewhere around $150. And of course you'll have to get your regular registration, and that all those registration rates all got increased as well too. So there's a lot of people saying that, well, we just had to do it because we couldn't afford the normal registration. But it's more the fact that they didn't want to do the inspection. The car wouldn't pass the inspection, and don't forget the emissions. Got to have emissions, and emissions testings went up too. Can you imagine that, Your Honor?
Right.
Democrat state that Governor Moore actually raised the cost of getting your vehicle and emissions inspection test done. So, anyways, that's what we had for you. But yeah, we could definitely use more cancellation in Maryland. That definitely would be good.
Cancel more.
But that, Your Honor,
is that mayor?
Cancel
Is
more.
That governor or mayor? Is that
Governor Wes Moore. Yeah. Okay. So we actually have a businessman, 78 years old, that used to be a Democrat, supported a lot of Democrat fundraising stuff. His flip-flop, he's become a Republican, 78 years old, and he's going to run against Moore for governor. So hopefully we get a chance to get him in and see if we can do the old Donald Trump thing. Just, I don't know if there'll be enough representatives down there in Annapolis to go with them. So some of them worked with Hogan, but Hogan knew how to play both sides of the fence there. So I don't know. Don't know how this will work out there. So anyways, Your Honor, you have yourself a fine casual Friday, weekend, and all those other good things. Hope things are a little easy, quiet on you guys there at your place, and guess we'll chat at you there on Monday.
The greatest day of the week.
The greatest day of the week. Are you sure?
The greatest day of the week.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale.
Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right way. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
According to AccuWeather, we got the prognostication, the change of the seasons, right? They say, get your heavy coats, your ice scrapers, your snow shovels ready, because the start of winter is just a few weeks away, and it could be a stormy season for parts of the country. It can be an intense, stormy winter for areas, particularly across the Midwest, Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, Northeast, and parts of the Mid-Atlantic. Hey, I don't like that forecast. Meteorological winter starts Monday, December 1, while astronomical winter begins on the solstice, which that'll be 10:03 a.m., Sunday, December the 21st, just before Christmas. The snow forecast, they say a bookend winter is on tap for the central and eastern U.S. The biggest storms expected around the opening and then the final weeks of the season. Early in the season, storms will track from Canada into the Midwest, before pushing toward the Mid-Atlantic and New England, where some could strengthen into nor'easters. By late winter, that storm track's expected to shift, bringing systems from the plains and the Mississippi Valley into the Appalachians, Midwest, Northeast. Snow is projected to be higher than last winter in parts of the Northeast, including Philadelphia, New York City, Boston. Although totals may still finish a bit below historical average, as the storms during mid to late winter may produce a mix of rain and snow rather than just plain old snow. A snowy winter projected across portions of the Midwest, a swath from the plains to the Ohio Valley, and areas of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. December could be especially active around the Great Lakes, where blasts of cold air are forecast to fuel heavy lake effect snow. Buffalo, New York, expected to receive from 90 to 100 inches, which is pretty close to their historical average. A little bit more than they actually saw last winter. An early burst of winter storms could give ski resorts a solid start to the season. A midwinter low may spell trouble for the slopes, lacking a deep base, but a resurgence of storms in late winter and early spring could provide a late season boon for the skiers out there. Energy bills could run high as residents in more than a dozen states across the plains and Midwest turn up the heat during what is likely to be, they tell us, a cold winter. Cold takes hold in early December before easing a bit in January. A brief thaw then, I guess the cold then returns. All right, thanks for being with us here Have a great weekend and join us again Sunday night at the midnight hour for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.